I'll ask Prof. Francis to join us, the CEO of the Water Research Commission, Dr. Malwantwa, the head of WRC Provincial, Mem Lucy Kobe. I'll also ask Professor Natasha Potgieter to join us on stage, as well as the University of Limpopo's niche area water research and sanitation component, Ms. Ngusa from Limpopo, and then the CEO of Lepele, Dr. Reites, to also join us on stage. And then we'll also ask Mr. Nelwa Mondo to join us on stage from the Limpopo office of the Premier, please. If our speakers can please just line up here, so I don't feel so lonely up here. Dr. Reites, you're more than welcome to join us. Always good to see familiar faces around. Always good to see familiar faces around. We'd like to start with the program. If we can maybe just have a minute of silence before we start. Whilst we have just closed off our Women's Month, let's hope those privileges continue into the month of September, where we uphold our women in high regard, and we also take this moment to reflect on the ongoing gender-based violence that we are confronted with in our country and on the continent and elsewhere in the world. Ahati, welcome and good morning to you. My name is Harrison Pina. I'm the Deputy Chairperson of the Water Research Commission. I will be facilitating this session today. I'm going to be your program chair. We do have an agenda in front of us. By means of starting, I would like to acknowledge and observe all our esteemed guests and member institutions here, from the Premier's office, from the Lepele Northern Water, from the University of Venda, from the University of Limpopo, from the Department of Water and Sanitation, and also from all our dignitaries and esteemed colleagues in those offices reporting directly to the office of the Premier, like Coxstar. We welcome all our colleagues here, but most importantly also welcome to our Water Research Commission, who's actually hosting this particular session, our CEO, as well as management and staff who's putting together the session. Our physical host on site, University of Venda, Prof. Francis, thank you so much for the opportunity, hosting us over the 2 days. We've just embarked on our provincial roadshows as a continuation, the Water Research Commission, having approved our people-centered strategy to make sure that when we conduct research, development, and innovation in the country on matters relating to water and sanitation, it's not our usual top-down approach in terms of our research and innovation priorities, but rather that these are well informed from a bottom-up approach. And we do regard these provincial roadshows very important, because we want to ensure that we come up with tailor-made solutions for the province as it relates to water and sanitation challenges, and making sure that our research and innovation packages respond to that in a very good sense. Of course, we do have long-standing working relationships among ourselves here, knowing more or less the issues within the province ourselves. But this is an immense opportunity and platform for us to really start engaging more meaningfully in an integrated manner, coherently, so by the 2 days we can leave here with more coherent approaches as to how we tackle water and sanitation issues from a research, development, and innovation perspective, including capacity building and training, in a more coherent manner within the province. So this is my wish for the 2 days, and I really want us to feel free to participate meaningfully. I also want to acknowledge our NGOs that are here. I'm not sure if we have colleagues from award. We also welcome all our NGO colleagues to this particular session. And also to those that I have not acknowledged on the program, please feel welcome to our session. My task is fairly easy today. I will be facilitating and chairing the session. We do have a structured agenda in front of us. If there's an opportunity, I would like to provide some time for clarity questions or issues to delegates to engage with our speakers. But over and above that, we will make provision after the session. We will also continue to network and engage over tea. In this regard, I would like to immediately hand the podium to Professor Joseph Francis, who is the Acting DVC Research and Postgraduate Studies at the University of Venda. Over to you, Prof.
That's better. When politicians are coming to the stage and you don't clap hands, they feel like you're not welcoming them. Fortunately, I'm one of those, so please clap. Colleagues, good morning. When I look around the room, the chairperson, the deputy chairperson has just indicated that we are here on a roadshow. And on this roadshow, we are supposed to be engaging. So if you are seated next to someone you are always talking to every time, you are sitting in the wrong place. Because what sort of message are you bringing to this place? So already I think I'm I'm right in my observations. Chairperson, Deputy Chairperson, thank you so much. Colleagues, good morning. On behalf of the investor vendor, it is my great honor and privilege to welcome you all to this important gathering, which is the Limpopo Provincial Partnership Roadshow, which we are co-hosting with the Water Research Commission. Before I go far, let me acknowledge some colleagues in our midst. Allow me to acknowledge first the Deputy Chairperson, Dr. Pina, the CEO, Dr. Jennifer Molwantwa. I hope I pronounced it properly. Ms. Lucy Kobe, Provincial Head, Department of Water and Sanitation. Dr. Cornelius Reuters, the CEO of Lipele Northern Water. Ms. Melissa Cousins from WISA. Mr. Watakari Cedric Mpagi from IMESA. Mr. Derek Dutoit from Awad. I don't think I saw him, if he's in. Mr. Kenny Pasha from Tsohang Water and Sanitation. Our colleagues from the Invest of Limpopo, our sister institution. Colleagues from different government departments, municipalities, civil society, and the private sector. And not forgetting our very own champions at Univen, Professor Natasha Potkita, who is the Executive Dean, Faculty of Science, Engineering, and Agriculture. Professor Rutendo Murulana, Deputy Dean, Research and Postgraduate Studies. Professor Rachel Makungo, I want to see you smiling for a special reason. We have just got a new such chair in water and the environment. I would want you to stand up before I go far so that they see you, who is the first chair for that. Yes. Also, Professor Jablan Makubele. Your head is not up. Is it because you are putting on a tie today? Okay, and yeah, so if I've not mentioned you, it does not mean that we are not important. You are all important. That's why we are all in this room the way we are. So your presence here today affirms the importance of working together for water security and sanitation resilience. Now, if we were to look at the context, we always say water is life. And it's a very common saying. In Limpopo, this truth takes a very different dimension, and it's quite urgent because our province is characterized by water scarcity. It is characterized by aging infrastructure, climate vulnerability, and also the mounting pressure from agriculture and mining. Communities, especially in rural areas, often experience the harsh reality of inadequate water supply. We now have the Nandoni Dam, for example, right here, 20 kilometers from here. But you find that there's no drop of water coming out of the tap. The dam is just around the corner. The water is there, harboring crocodiles that are even feasting on human beings and livestock. But the water is not in the... What is the problem? So they also experience the harsh reality of inadequate supply, unsafe drinking water. We hear that most of the water that we are getting underground, there are traces of even E. coli in some of them, which means there's a lot of pollution around that is needed for proper sanitation. Now, let's not regard this roadshow as just another meeting, because we really love meeting, talk, and go away, don't do anything. So let's not see this roadshow as another meeting. It is a platform where we turn research into real solutions in society. It is also a platform where we move from diagnosis of problems to action. And we must also ensure that partnerships that we construct today, tomorrow, and in future deliver tangible improvements in the lives of people. I would like to thank you, the Water Research Commission, for making a bold shift from a traditional top-down approach to a stakeholder-driven model. This places the voices of municipalities, of grassroots communities, the universities, civil society, and other players at the center of innovation and resilience. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, at Univen, water research is not a new terrain. Between 2012 and 2024, our staff have attracted more than 31 million in water research funding from diverse partners. And the remarkable picture is that out of all the investment that we have received, 45% of that has been coming from the Water Research Commission. So this partnership has produced cutting-edge research in various aspects. We have had work that was focusing on novel clay-based absorbents to remove fluoride from groundwater. We have also had research that was focusing on the use of GIS and also remote sensing to track hydrological shifts, especially in the Limpopo River catchment area. We have had research focusing on ceramic water filters tailored for rural livelihoods, studies on climate change impacts on catchments, and also adaptation strategies. We've also had research focusing on indigenous nanomaterials for water preparation, for water purification, water sanitation, and also health linkages, including the fight against diarrhea. So 90% of these projects are driven by researchers in the Faculty of Science, Engineering, and Agriculture, which demonstrate the centrality of science to solutions to societal challenges. And also what is worth noting, colleagues, is that these projects are not confined to laboratories. They reach villages, they reach farms, they reach schools, they also reach municipalities. And in the process, we bridge, the research serves as a bridge, to finding solutions to societal challenges. Now, as we go forward, there are quite a number of opportunities, colleagues, that we need to think about. This roadshow creates opportunities to strengthen collaboration. And among the issues, the potential areas for this collaboration are: one, expanding climate resilience programs, especially, for example, in the Guyana area, linking research outputs to municipal integrated development plans, joint training of communities in water management and climate adaptation, infrastructure partnerships with local universities to support groundwater sustainability, and also early warning systems. And there are also opportunities, again, for us to distill what might actually go into, like, for example, the search chair that I was talking about just now. We will also see innovations showcased, from drone technology for climate resilient agriculture to plant in the bag systems for smallholder farmers, to hydroponics solutions and water reclamation tools for municipalities. These are not futuristic ideas. Rather, they are practical solutions waiting for adoption. So, colleagues, the discussions here resonate far beyond Limpopo. They tie directly into South Africa's national imperatives on universal access to water and sanitation, the SADC regional water agenda, the Africa Union as Agenda 2063 aspirations, and the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, especially goal number 6. For Univen, they connect with our strategic plan, which we are currently constructing, the strategy from 2026 to 2030, as well as our vision 2040, especially strategic thrust number 3, which talks about people, health, and the environment. You can't talk about people's health without water. So, colleagues, we also have a niche area, one health niche, and we are hoping that this particular engagement we are having today and tomorrow will also help us to breathe life into some of the MOUs that we've signed with various players, including Lipele Water, Northern Water, the Vembe Biosphere Reserve, where we are right now. We've also signed MOUs with the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment in its entirety, as well as our water authority in the form of Vembe District Municipality. As I close, colleagues, success of this roadshow does not depend on our eloquent presentations we are going to be hearing, but it is going to depend on the partnerships that we are going to strengthen and the commitments that we are going to make. I can only hope that we are not going to make commitments that will reflect what I would call a conspiracy of silence, where you tell people what they want them to hear, but not exactly what you will do at the end. So I hope that the partnerships that we are going to construct here are partnerships that will really use to drive towards solutions to the water headaches. Are we going to be bold enough in reimagining water and sanitation systems that are equitable, that are resilient, sustainable? And at Univen, we believe in science that liberates society. And today, we affirm that water is not just a resource, it is a human right, it is a responsibility, and a rallying point for innovation. Let us live here with one shared conviction. And that conviction, if you have not heard anything else that I was saying up to now, there's only one message that I would want you to take with you. When we strengthen partnerships, we secure water. When we secure water, we secure life. I thank you and wish you fruitful deliberations over the next 2 days. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. Francis, for those remarks. Strengthened partnerships really at the heart of what we want to achieve. Now, before I invite the CEO of the Water Research Commission, colleagues, there are just important matters to take notice of in terms of safety moments, evacuation procedures. And I'd like to invite Mr. Tabelo Makananise from the University of Venda just to take us through those procedures before I invite the CEO. Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Tabero Brutus Makananise. I'm the Occupational Health and Safety of the University of Venda. Mine is to do the evacuation procedure. One might ask, what is the evacuation procedure? The evacuation procedure is a very important part of the emergency plan, which then stipulates processes and actions to be taken in case of emergency. And one might be asking himself that what could possibly happen now? Without being a prophet, I can tell you that I can tell you that there can be a fire incident, there can be a stampede, and we also have students who are protesting. So those can be considered emergency situations. And what are the matters for notification in case there is emergency? Number one, in case there is fire in this building, you just have to make sure that you have noticed all places wherein we have the fire equipments. In this building, we have the DCP, which is the dry chemical powder, the famous one, which is the fire extinguisher, and we also have the hose reel. We also have the fire hydrants that is outside. So all these fire equipments that I've mentioned are found next to our doors. And the next thing to notice are the running men. Those running men signs shows you the way out in case of emergency. And which then means we have 4 emergency exits in this building, which are more than enough to then can safely evacuate everyone in this building. So what do you then have to check when you are outside? When you are outside, you have to check for the assembly points. Behind this building, we have 2 assembly points. The ones that you can see once you use these 2 emergency exit. Should you use this emergency exit, you will see the one that is next to the UIGC. Should you use this one, you will see the one that is at the foyer. So it is important to note that as the university, we have taken a commitment that we will provide the workplace and environment that is safe and free from any health and safety risk, and that is against the backdrop of Section 8 of the Occupational Health and Safety Act 85 of 1993, which then stipulates that, which then puts the commitment and responsibility on the employer, in this case the University of Venda. So I want to take this opportunity to say that in the university we have the protection service personnel that can assist you with everything, and we also have the ambulance service people, and we also have the campus health that can always assist you should there be a need to attend to anything that has got to do with health and safety. Our motto is simple, is that safety is free, use plenty of it, and don't be a dead hero. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Mr. Makananise. I would like to now invite the CEO of the Water Research Commission, Dr. Jennifer Molwantwa, to give us her opening remarks. CEO, over to you.
Morning, everybody, and thank you for honoring this invitation and joining us on this important day on the calendar of the Water Research Commission for the Limpopo Provincial Partnership Roadshow, which is not just about the Water Research Commission, but in essence it's about the Water Research Commission's ability to convene different role players and stakeholders who in essence are also stakeholders of the Water Research Commission, because every single one of us is responsible for funding the Water Research Levy, which funds the Water Research Commission, which is established by an Act of Parliament. So we are a resource to society, and it is important that wherever we go, we make a difference in society. And on this 2-day event, we are hoping that we are going to come out with solutions that can make a difference, with an action plan that can be measured and monitored over time, but also leave room for opportunities for everyone in the province in terms of accessing the Water Research Commission funding. So we were appointed in 2022 at the Water Research Commission, and a strategy that was then approved in 2023, where we committed to become a stakeholder-centric commission, where we said over time, over the last 50 years, we have funded researchers, universities, students, but we identified that the impact that funding has made to society could have been much more impactful had we brought on board partners and society, the private sector, our NGOs, and I think over the last few years we have been able to do that. And one of the other things that we said we intended to do was to make sure that the WRC is accessible to people, but we also bring the WRC to the people, and one of these methodologies was to use roadshows at provincial levels, where we not only engage universities, but we engage the broader stakeholder. So the purpose of today is really themed strengthening water and sanitation resilience through research and innovation, where we aim to announce strategic interventions for water service improvement within the province in our capability as the Water Research Commission and our partners here, to share insights also from stakeholder consultations, pre-stakeholder consultations that have taken place prior to us having this actual roadshow, but also look at how we can collaborate on innovation and knowledge products, as well as how we can empower those that deliver the water and sanitation services to our people, in essence, local government, but broadly provincial government. We acknowledge that our stakeholders here today include government institutions, academia, as well as NGOs, professional bodies, as well as private sector and civil society organizations. Some of the challenges that have been identified is the issue around poor water quality and infrastructure, and I think Prof also alluded to that. And so this morning when we were having a chat with him, I said, what's the problem? There's a dam. And he says, yeah, there's a dam and the water doesn't get to the people. What's the problem? Is it reticulation? Some of the infrastructure, there's leaks. So what is the actual problem? Because if there's leaks, then they must be fixed. You know, we don't sometimes have the necessary skills. And then I thought, well, this is a good roadshow because we have brought a WISA with us who are providing technical on-the-job training for municipal officials and everybody else that can benefit from it. So we need to override that skills issue and say, whatever the capabilities that are there, we have WISA with us to be able to enhance that and make people relevant for the jobs that they are doing. And then we also talked about the infrastructure and how it is old and leaking. So it is a pleasure for us to be here today. I lead a team of highly experienced researchers from the Water Research Commission that are here to share our experiences, that are here to take from you what are the challenges, to co-create solutions and see how we work. But I think I also lastly want to make a call and say, you know, I just wake up and make the decisions. That's the ability that one must always recognize when you are in power. When you are in power, you make decisions. How they're going to be implemented is not my job. My job is to make the decisions. And one of those is to say that we are calling on other partners to support the Water Research Commission's call to establish between the University of Venda and the University of Limpopo a rural water and sanitation research center. We will engage our partners around research shares. We will engage our partners about further funding, but the WRC will commit 5 million rands per annum to this center. So you don't have to stress. You go, you find your director. They prepare a strategy. They present it to us. We fund. The center moves. The training with WISA starts taking shape so that when we go 5 years from now, we can measure what we said on this day and how it was implemented and what else can be done from that. Because rural water supply, ladies and gentlemen, is not as easy as urban. That's easy, everybody knows and understands it. But here we are in places where houses have got bigger stands. The economies of scale don't make sense financially to put a tap in every yard. But how do we make sure that the constitutional imperative is still served to our people? Their rights to dignity and safety and health are still there and realized. 30 years down the line, I think we can do better than that. And with those few, I'd like to thank you very much.
Thank you so much, CEO. All the way from Stockholm, you managed to find your way here. We really appreciate your leadership, CEO. Thank you so much for your presence. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, I would like to now invite our colleague from the Regional Department of Water and Sanitation, Mr. Masindi, also to give us a few remarks from the department side. Over to you, sir.
Good morning. Distinguished guests, delegates of the entire water sector communities, I would like to take this opportunity on behalf of the provincial lead, Ms. Lucy Kove. I would want to heartily greet you and acknowledge each and every one of you. I would also want to indicate that our provincial head, Ms. Lucy Kove, will not have or will not able to join us. However, she have liked to be here today. Due to some pressing and competing commitments, she could not make it here. But it's also safe to say that she remained committed to the convention of these professionals. As a department, I would like to indicate that we are inspired and fully committed to this thought-provoking convention of researchers under the theme Strengthening Water and Sanitation Resilience through Research and Innovations. As a department, this theme resonates well with us, and it serves to entrench our deeply held conviction to promote empirical sound solution to address the plethora of challenges characterizing this sector. The test of this convention will allow us to respond to the rising challenges that are caused by complex climate variations, our legislative frameworks, and institutional arrangement, which are impacting on strategic integration and coherence of this water sector. We are also saying that this partnership should assist in responding to our declining water and sanitation services, which are caused by problems such as water quality as indicated by our Dr. Mlantwa, and also aging infrastructures, theft and vandalisms, and also the degradation of our resources or environmental resources. With those few words from the department, I would like to thank you all and wish you a successful convention. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Masindi. I would then like to immediately invite University of Venda, Professor Potgieter and Prof. Makungo to give us their take on how University of Venda is taking matters forward in terms of water and sanitation, the R&D strategy. It will be a joint presentation, Prof, by the two professors. Over to you.
Can somebody from IT just come and help me here, please? My apologies. He's going to put it on the system now for us. Good morning, everybody. Protocol observed. I really want to say that while I was listening this morning to our acting DVC, Professor Francis, to the CEO from WRC, and to the regional gentleman that just gave us a little bit of background, I am happy to say that you come at the opportune time because of what we are moving into. And as soon as my presentation is loaded, then, you know, my talk this morning is about the strategy of the University of Venda, of where we are going in the next 15 years. We call it the 2040 vision, and I would love to tell you a little bit more and how everything then comes into clear vision for everybody as we move forward. I think they are finished. Can we continue? My apologies. Technology. Yeah, it's I don't know what they are doing down there at the moment. It shouldn't take them long to download the presentation. I'm sure that there is a way to use it. Yeah. Are they winning in Lingwe? Are they winning? Okay. Don't worry, we'll get there. There you go. All right, I do not know. Are they going to move the slides for me? It's just going to be very difficult if I don't have it in front of me. Yeah. Oh, it's at the front. Yeah, thanks, Jay. But it's blind. It's black. They're still getting it. There you go. But it's still not here. So, colleagues, I'm going to stand like this. I was tasked to talk about the Univen strategy on water, food and sanitation research here at the University of Venda. And can we move to the next slide, please? Thank you. Colleagues, we've come to the end of our 21-2025 strategic plan. And what happened? Every 5 years, the University of Venda develops a new strategic plan. This helped to guide the university in their growth and shape. Wonderful. So I'm in charge here. To help guide the university's growth and shape the future of the university. And we developed the strategic plan in consultation with staff, structures, and student body. And then it is informed by the evaluation of the university performance on the previous term strategic goals. Now, where do I point? Anyway. There you go. What we do with the strategic alignment, we look at different documents, starting from the National Development Plan, the Vision 2030, right through, you can see all the documents to the white paper on higher education. So all of these documents are important for our strategic vision. So I told you that our new strategic vision is called 2040, a beacon of hope for societal change. In order to be relevant and impactful, we need to serve the university communities. Because if we don't make a difference in the region, in the communities we serve, then why are we a university? So we have to go beyond only degrees and programs. We have to become a breeding ground for entrepreneurs, a lifelong learning hub where people are developing skills, and we have to be ethical in our leadership when we train people, and be an engaged community and industrial partner. So these are the transformations that we have talked about for the university in the new strategic plan. So to make this dream a reality, management approached the council and we approved a 15-year Univent integrated entrepreneurship, innovation and biodiversity plan. This is because of the university's location that is very unique in the Wembe biosphere, and it is to be implemented in 3 5-year plans. So the first one is our 2026 to 2030. That will represent phase 1 of the implementation plan. Now just a little bit of background on the Univent Integrated Entrepreneurship, Innovation and Biodiversity Plan, or very simply the UIEIBP plan. Much easier to say. You can see that biodiversity and entrepreneurship and innovation is, they work together, and they are integration because of the area in which we are situated, and they are based on the niche areas engaged scholarship that's anchored in the One Health, the African heritage, the indigenous knowledge system, and engaged scholarships. So for the next 15 years, this Vision 2040 framework will position the university as Venda as a leading hub in leveraging its unique location within the Wembe Biosphere Reserve. And we also have, now it's difficult for me to see, maybe my glasses are not so good. Yeah, so that is why I have me, because I cannot actually read there. To have partnership not only with the local grassroots communities, but also with businesses, civil society, local municipalities, government, state-owned agencies, and international stakeholders. So this UIEIBP is a comprehensive framework that only symbolizes the university's commitment to nurturing sustainable development within its academic and the grassroots communities. Going forward, looking at the first 5 years, we have specifically 4 thrusts. The first one is student-centeredness. The second one is research, innovation, and entrepreneurship. The third one is people, health, and environment. And the fourth one is the internationalization and the partnership thrust. Under each of these thrusts, we have specifically key outcomes, and these key outcomes is going to help us in the next 5 years to achieve our goals. Now, as Professor Francis has already alluded to, is that especially strategic thrust 3, where people, health and the environment will play a very important role, but we are not discarding the student-centeredness, the research, innovation, and entrepreneurship, because innovation is very important. And thrust 4, that is the internationalization, because we have to have international partners. Are you bringing it back? That's all right, I can work from there. Now everything is flat. Ooh, technology. Where are you? You're running away. It's gone. It doesn't want to go to the next one. Okay. There you go. Sorry, guys. There's a lot of transformation in the University of Venda that is taking place. We've moved from school system to the faculty system. And like I said, in the first 5 years of our faculty system, we have consolidated a lot of things, and we are still busy consolidating. And so We are undergoing the strategic transformation to strengthen the research centers and performance rooted in African heritage and indigenous knowledge system. One Health, student-centeredness, innovation, people, health and the environment, entrepreneurship, internationalization, and partnerships and societal impact. The strategic transformations encourage the collaboration with, in and behind the university, across faculties, because it's not only one faculty, we have 4 faculties, all of them play an important role, across communities and international partners, and aims to enhance quality, equity, visibility, and long-term sustainability through deliberate planning and effective resource mobilization. Now, through aligning the faculty level priorities with the institutional goals, strengthening interdisciplinary collaboration, and integrating the context relevant themes, namely One Health and African heritage and indigenous knowledge systems, Univen will be better positioned to deliver local, grounded, global competitive knowledge and solutions. So what is expected from Univen? We have different research entities, such as centers of excellence, institutes and research chairs, which aligns with national and global development priorities, like all those of the documents that I've shown in the beginning, the NDP Vision 2030, etc. These research entities focus on cross-disciplinary research themes with practical relevance. The research will shape policy and inform decision-making in sectors like health, education, climate, and government. And these research entities cement the position, their position as agents of change within and behind the academia. Partnerships, these research entities must have collaboration with academia, government, industry, and international bodies. These networks expand the research and impact of research, while also enhancing funding opportunities and innovation exchange. For societal relevance, these centers work directly with communities, policymakers, and businesses to ensure their work is grounded in reality, and they play a critical role in informing policy, guiding strategy development, and contributing to development goals. So what is very important also that sometimes we overlook is the 2030 agenda for the SDGs that was adopted by the United Nations in 2015. There are 70 SDGs, and all 70 SDGs are important. It is still something that sort of lies like a sword over our head. Among these 17 SDGs, I think for where we're going, the SDG 6 aims to provide clean water and sanitation for all. The goal goes beyond water supply, sanitation, and hygiene or wash, but it also includes all aspects of the water cycle, and explicitly recognize that water impacts the entire development agenda. It targets water quantity, quality, water use, efficiency, and water-related ecosystems. So SDG 6 aims to address the challenge of inadequate access to clean water and sanitation by promoting water conservation, the sustainable management of water resources, and the development of efficient sanitation infrastructure by the year 2030. Now 2030 is 5 years from now. So there are 8 targets, and if you look at those 8 targets, you will see everything must happen by 2030. So what we have to ask ourselves is where we are today. What have we as a university done to change policy, to impact policy, to make sure that there's skills available in this province, that there's skills available to move out in South Africa, that there's skills available for the SADC region. So looking at this, there should be fingers pointing at us and say, are we making a difference? Are we doing what we are supposed to do? Because 85% of the Limpopo province is under traditional authority. So one of the things is university must work with the traditional leadership. to improve service delivery, and and at the moment has MOA with different provincial and district leadership and authorities. We want to strategically consolidate the water-related research under the Univen Centre of Excellence in Water Management, which must be funded then not only through the WRC, but with partners from NGOs, from the industry, VISA, ARC, IMESA, and district municipalities, because we cannot move forward if we don't work with the local authorities. There's a different number of challenges in this SDG 6 that will help us moving forward. At the moment, it is identified as clean water access, climate change, urbanization, public awareness, and financial barriers. We have to look at all of those things. And so I wanted to stop there and ask Professor Makungu to come up, to come and go through the next slides, to just give you an idea of what we have done so far with the WRC, the type of research, and how we will then consolidate many of this research into the center and move forward from there. Because I think we have a solid foundation of the type of research that we have done. And, you know, this is good. Professor Francis has already said how much money the WRC has given us. There's also other agencies that did give funding for research, but I want to concentrate today specifically on the type of research we have done, and that will fit very clear and clearly into this center. And as we move forward, you know, make sure that we work as one. And we don't have islands or pockets of researchers, but we bring it under the umbrella of this new Center of Excellence, and we move forward. So, Prof. Makungu, it's up to you.
Good morning, everyone. Yeah, I've already been introduced, so I will just continue from where the executive didn't stop. So on my side, I will just give a brief on WRC project funded in the area of water and food research within the faculty. So this is just a summary. We consolidated a number of projects that have been done in the faculty, and we grouped them into different research areas. So I will just go through the slides one by one and try to showcase what we have done. So there's the focus area on building climate resilience in rural communities. There are the first two projects on piloting intervention strategies to address water supply. And also the second one, we were looking at how we can use the sustainable transformation tools approach to come up with sort of adaptation strategies, looking at the interaction between climate change, water, and health in rural areas. These first two are contributions from the Department of Health Sciences, and then the third one on water footprint on cattle, goats, and chickens. How these are indigenous livestock in rural areas, how they can enhance resilience in rural areas. This was led from the Department of Animal Sciences, and the last one on innovative exploitation of underutilized finger millet was led from the Department of Plant Sciences. So I'm mentioning the departments just to show that the research projects sponsored by Water Research Commission, they are collaborative effects. They are not being done from one department, but different departments within the faculty. They work together in related areas, just also to show the multidisciplinary nature of projects that we undertake. So the second research area is on hydrology and or groundwater modeling studies, where the contributions are, the first one is a joint report from the Department of Earth Sciences and the Department of Geography. We're looking at how land use and land cover changes impact on hydrology within the context of the climate change, but this one was expanded also to adapt the adaptation strategy with communities within the Lepalala River catchment. That one is ending this year, but we already have other 3 completed projects looking also on how we can model different climate change scenarios and their impact on hydrology and come up with adaptation strategies. The last one is on groundwater reliability analysis on the operating rules. So if we look at what happens within the province, we know already water is scarce, dry. So most of the community, they rely on groundwater, drilling boreholes here and there. But here we're trying to look at this resource, are we not going to exploit it? If we do so, what is going to happen in the future? Is there no way that we can come to trap with methods to utilize it sustainably by coming up with operating rules? So we looked at our groundwater system and consider it like the way you would normally consider a reservoir or a dam. It's a storage system. So how can we use these approaches used for surface water supply system to come up with operating rules for groundwater system? So that was successfully completed in 2015. And I can just also say that I was fortunate enough, it was my PhD research, so I'm a beneficiary in terms of WRC funding. This is in the area of water treatment. The first 3 contributions from the Department of Geography, they were looking at how metal oxides can be modified. The purpose here for removing fluoride in groundwater. As we know, in most semi-arid areas, particularly in Limpopo Province, there's dominance of fluoride in groundwater. We're talking about communities who use this groundwater on a daily basis. They don't have any other alternative source. So there's evidence, if you know where the Njere area is, Silom village, we have seen evidence of mortal teeth due to utilization of groundwater with fluoride. So in the faculty where it was, when Prof. Francis was giving the introduction, he mentioned that this was also from the Department of Geography. There's another project which I forgot to put in here. Here we were focusing on use of plant-based material, indigenous plants in the province, to come up to modify those plants and come up with a material that can be used to treat water in rural areas. We're trying to move towards green technology, which are localized, which are cheaper, which can be afforded by municipalities and the local residents in water treatment. So just also to mention, most of these projects here, they've been patented. Just apologies, I didn't put the patents there. I'm aware of 2 patents that, and one recent one, which has just been published. This is in the area of water quality monitoring. So of importance here, we're also trying to simplify things. In the first one, we want to have a rapid indigenous microbial signal amplifier for water quality monitoring. Also, within the context of rural areas, areas we can't afford to handle the propagation water. Yeah, even coming up with a sorbent for monitoring cyanotoxics in irrigation water. The other projects on mapping the water quality in informal settlements and also plastic pollution within our the faculty also were working on wastewater research based on epidemiology. I think this is likely from the microbiology side. They are working on multi-drug resistant enteric bacteria from wastewater sources and association with clinical pathogens. It was started in 2022 and is still an ongoing study. We talked about water, but we also do some food research from the Department of Plant Sciences, Animal Sciences also. They have done a project plants. They are typically available within the Limpopo province in abundance. And as I was reading their report yesterday, they indicated that when it's the wet season, there are too many some of them go into waste, it's a loss, and then when it comes to the dry season, they don't even have feed for their stock. So they're coming up with ways to process the pills and preserve them for use in times of need. And also the research is scientific. They're also looking at the natural composition, the polyphenolic compounds and biological activities, just to show the advancements in science. Then the second one is from the Department of Plant Science. This one, they're also collaborating with the Department of Biochemistry, where they're looking at how innovatively the finger millet can be diversified to improve households' livelihoods in the semi-arid areas of the country. And I think this is the last one. We are also interested in smart agricultural practices. So there's a South Africa-China research joint collaboration looking within this area. Okay, thank you for your attention. That's all from our side.
Thank you so much, Prof. Makungu and Prof. Potgieter for those inputs from Univen. Colleagues, please bear with us. We were but caught by technology. I know that we are slightly behind schedule. We would like to move swiftly to the University of Limpopo. Musa is going to take us through their research and innovation issues on water and sanitation from Limpopo, and hopefully your presentation is loaded. I see it's already projecting. Over to you, ma'am.
However, the 3 other schools are not included here, and I believe that the Water and Sanitation, the Water Research Commission has plans in terms of meeting with the whole faculty. So basically, the department has a BSc Water and Sanitation Sciences, which is an honors degree. And the purpose of this degree is to make sure that we produce innovative and solution-oriented sciences that can practice in the water and sanitation sector. And the mode of delivery for this BSc is problem-based learning and also outcomes-based student-centered approach, which aligns with the SAQA NKF level descriptors. And this BSc is SACNAS accredited, and our graduates, they will be able to articulate into water treatment specialization, as well as water resource management specialization and sanitation specialization. Basically, when it comes to research that the department does, we basically look into your mine water reuse, as well as your nutrients removal and also resource recovery in wastewater. We also have a component of the water resource management, which is the hydrology, and also the emerging contaminants, which looks into the water microbiology, as well as the wastewater treatment optimization, and also water treatment optimization, and water supply and accessibility in rural areas, as well as water quality modeling, incorporating AI use as well, and also the climate change adaptation and resilience. So when it comes to the delivery of the teaching and learning approach that we use, we basically collaborate with communities around Polokwane, and we do a lot of projects and also community engagement in order to introduce our students into the community engagement space, as well as how things are done in the industry, and also giving back to the community around the university and Polokwane. So one of the projects that we've done is the water quality monitoring project, which has been the Medolo Stream as well as the Blood River in Muleji. And this was, these were 2 projects for second year students that we did in order to introduce them to research as well as community engagement. And in terms of the staff members in the department, we also engage with different stakeholders. In this case, we've recently collaborated with the Water Research Commission, where they were doing the climate change adaptation in Lipalale. And then another project that we've done is the WRC project that looked into the behaviors of foundation phase learners in terms of how they receive the WRC space and the knowledge based on that sector. And then the project that the department has received so far, we've recently gotten a project that was awarded to Professor Matiba, which is the climate change and land use as drivers of extreme events. And this is about 2 million rand. So we've recently got this one and they are working on it. And then last year, she also got the PhD support for her students, as well as we've collaborated with the G Africa in terms of formulating the extractor flow diagram. And it's in this project, the university has 2 representatives, which is Miss Mundwedi and Miss Selani. And then in 2021, Dr. Akambi got funding for the scenario building for future water management in Limpopo Province, South Africa, which was about 2 million rand. And then in terms of the additional support that the department has received from the Water and Research Commission, we've had one of our MSc student, Titiro Mafani, who was fully funded to go and attend the WorldSkills Water Challenge program in Cape Town. And we've also had conference funding, which was myself for my research study to go and attend the WISA conference last semester. And then in terms of the stakeholder or the partnerships that the department has established in the water and sanitation sector, we've had the memorandum of understanding as well as agreement with some of the universities. We work with these people in terms of your peer reviewing of research, also the moderation of our teaching and learning staff, and those universities are University of Venda, as well as the University of Free State, Pretoria, South Africa, KZN, and also Cape Town. And then in terms of the other research institutions, we've collaborated with the Department of Water and Sanitation. That will be in funding for our students, as well as some of the community engagement project, as well as the Pele Northern Water. We do have an MOU with the Pele, and they assist us with the off-site practicals for our 4th year students. And then for the Capricorn District Municipality, they sort of lend us their laboratory, which is on campus. So we utilize that facility for our practicals. And also we have an MOU with them. And then with EWCTA, they assist us with funding for our students. And we've also done some research projects with the Waterberg Biosphere Reserve, the Rock Water Technologies, as well as we've collaborated with the different tribal councils around Polokwane, and also the Human Science Resource Council in UNISA. We've had some peer reviews from there, and also the NRFC on project. Some of our colleagues are involved in that. And that is my submission. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Thank you so very much, University of Limpopo, Memi Musa, for your presentation. WISA is coming up next year, so I suppose there's going to be more student funding coming for Cape Town. I'm inviting you. Okay. And then, see. Our CEO wants to make a quick point. Come through, CEO.
Chair, I think I just wanted to, I noted something where Ms. Musa said excreta flow diagrams. And I want to appeal to colleagues to use the word sheet flow diagrams. And we say this because when we say people have nowhere to pass excreta, it's a very complicated and nicely sounding thing. But when you say people don't have anywhere to shit, you really are bringing it home. So the world has moved past being nice about it, but being realistic to say these people's human rights are really being trampled upon. So that was just a little note for me to correct.
Thank you so much, Mem Musa. There you have it from our language practitioner. It's the right way of pronouncing these things. Thank you, C, for your inputs. Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, the next presentation, I usually introduce water boards in a specific way when I engage with colleagues internationally. When they ask about Lepelle, Northern or Umgeni, and you know, the president just launched an exciting scheme at Rainwater. So when I go to Limpopo, I always say this is the Rainwater of Limpopo, just to make sure that that benchmarking is there. CEO of Lepelle Northern, Dr. Reiters, is going to share with us some opening remarks, followed by a brief presentation by Mem Lebohang Sebola, who is the head of scientific services. She also has more than 20 years of experience within the water and sanitation space, having started as a technician at Lepelle and cutting her teeth there. So let me invite the CEO of Lepelle, Dr. Reiters.
Thank you, Dr. Pina. Good morning, everybody, in particular the acting DVC of University of Venda, Professor Potgieter, the CEO of the WRC, and other colleagues, all protocols observed. I just think that for me this morning is just to put perspective water investment program, this time to the side of society, and yet it is the lifeblood of society, close quotes. There are 5 important aspects or priorities that have put water on the map. First, it was the State of the Nation address, where water has been put as the #1 priority for South Africa. The second is then when the president we had the water in Daba, where we, in terms of the challenges and what has been presented by the University of Venda here this morning and by the University of Limpopo. The third is then what we had recently is what I've referred to the African Union in terms of the African Investment Program for Water, where we were seeking $30 billion to close the annual gap. So you can see in terms of that, the magnitude of the challenges that we have. And then the fourth was now the Stockholm Water International Program in terms of water, in terms of a global scale. And later this year, Professor Potgieter and Professor Francis, we have the African Water Dialogue under the leadership or the custodianship of the Association of Water Entities or Institutions of South Africa, ASISA. So that is what we have. And what I would like to say before Ms. Lebohang Sebola is presenting in terms of the imperative, we have signed a memorandum of agreement with the universities of Venda at higher level. We have had the workshop with them in June, where we've identified the establishment Center of Excellence for Water, for rural water and sanitation, with the emphasis on rural water and sanitation. Of the finances with regard to the center. We don't have this particular center in South Africa. It is imperative that we drive this initiative and it becomes the showpiece of South Africa in terms of the research and innovation in rural water supply and sanitation. It's a major aspect in South Africa where rural water supply and sanitation need to be elevated where we are. We always say this is then for us, it's a high level cross-sectoral leadership where we look in terms of our commitments. We look in terms of how we can attract change in terms of the research, development, and innovation in the field, because through research, development, innovation is where we are today and where we're going, what the WRC was referring to, and what we are benefiting also as a water board to make sure that we track them, that we see the changes and how we can implement them. Practical implementation thereof come from the knowledge base of you and what we have. And then how do we strengthen our collaboration, regulatory aspect, and then efficiencies, and then also how do we looking at de-risking the major aspects that's facing us in terms of water supply and sanitation in South Africa. This province, and as you look at all the other three provinces where we have particular challenges, Limpopo, KZN, Eastern Cape, and to the extent Northwest, looking at our sparse and very the distribution patterns of our communities, thereby, and I don't need to say further, the experts are here.
Thank you, Doctor. Good morning, distinguished guests and all protocol observed. I was tasked to address to you the challenges faced by Lepelle Northern Water in providing this essential service of water and sanitation to the province of Limpopo. My presentation is outlined as follows. I will introduce Lepelle Northern Water to you, and then from there I will talk about the challenges that we are facing in providing water services and the skills gaps that we think through these collaborations we will be. As we know, the SANS 241 will be a new version of SANS 241 will be released in October 2015. So that's why we need these skills to advance this. What challenges are we facing as Lepelle Northern Water to provide this water and sanitation services? The first is water treatment and water quality. We have seen that our water resources have varying quality. So sometimes this poses as a problem because the water quality it does not meet the SANS 241. Therefore, we need interventions to deal with it. And another thing is that our resources are deteriorating, so we need technologies that will be able to program with the academics and other water institutions so that we can mitigate environmental and climate change challenges that we are facing. And then we also need, through these collaborations, Lepelle Northern Water has a section for research and development. So we feel we still need to grow it more since there are new challenges that are coming. So through these collaborations is one of the outcomes that we are hoping to see. And then with the, for example, with the professionalization of process controllers, there is a need for ongoing learning. With the condition that we need to be monitoring our upstream and downstream from our treatment works, and also make sure that the resources from which we are abstracting, we do not degrade their current classification as a water resource. So we need to be able to do that internally. Most of the times that is done using laboratories or service providers from outside. So we intend to have that capacity within the organization. And then, as already mentioned, we have a new version of SANS 241 that is coming in October. It introduces new determinants like your enterococci that you need to monitor in your water, and also some of the metals like benzene, and also pesticides like PDP. We have made a research. Currently in the province, there is no laboratory that offers that service. So it is all sourced in other provinces. We need to have that skill within the province. So that is all the other things that we intend to as an outcome to these collaborations. With that,
ladies and gentlemen, let me observe all the necessary protocols that are supposed to be observed in a meeting of this nature. And first of all and foremost, I would also like to indicate that I hope it was indicated at the beginning of the meeting that I'm not giving the, the keynote address, and I'm also not working at Office of the Premier. I work at Coxter. So just going to give a presentation that basically give the status of water services in the municipalities and the support that we are giving to municipalities as a department. Through a lot of slides, I'll skip them through. I've never really been a shop steward. So usually when I'm giving presentation, my voice at times it dips down. So colleagues, whenever you feel like you can no longer hear me, please shout so that I get closer to the mic. Yeah, as I've indicated, the presentation is about the support that we're giving to the municipalities to address, you know, the water issues. I won't take you through, you know, my whole presentation slide, but yeah, I will try to cover everything that is there. But certain things, in the interest of time, I will just skip them through. But the presentation will be available to whoever who may want to see the details in the actual presentation. Yeah, where we will start, of course, that our province has serious issues insofar as water provision to the communities is concerned, and this poses various developmental challenges to the province, because our industries, they need you know, water for them to grow. Health, and you cannot separate health and water, so the census, the most recent state census has also confirmed that as a province we do have a problem, because we have actually regressed from where we were in the previous you know, census. In 2011, the province was actually the mines then. And yeah, I think it's more an illustration of what I was indicating. We also have municipalities where there are declining economic activities, where people are actually moving away from those areas. I think the ones that are indicated in red, that is Tabazimbi, Villa Villa, and Mule Mule. Those areas we are having population going down instead of going up. Yeah, so those have, it's what I will not go through. That it's what I. It's Polokwane. I think we've also seen reports in the weekend newspaper showing how much Polokwane has grown, even in terms of property values, which is reflective of the growth that is happening in Polokwane. And the biggest driver of the growth there is the fact that it's where the government, the provincial government sits, and also it's the key logistical hub between South Africa and the rest of the SADC region, as well as the rest of the African continent. And the next municipality, it's Fitakomutuvatsi. The key driver there is, of course, the mines, the platinum mining activities that are happening there. They are driving a lot of, you know, growth in that particular area, and then you also get a lot of people moving there in anticipation of economic opportunities and employees that are working in those area, and the monitors to monitor the quality of effluent. So we have a corrective action plan for each and every plant, and municipalities have actually submitted, and we are monitoring them on a regular basis to make sure that they adhere to the effluent standards, and also the set standards by the National Act. I will not go through what each municipality is doing, but I think I've given the the challenges and what they're doing. In terms of the blue drop, the situation is somewhat better, but not good. We have about 84 systems that municipalities, together with Lepelle Northern Water, are managing. Water are managing. The average score in the province it's 59.6. 52.8 are at medium risk, and we also don't have a blue drop certification in the province from the previous assessment that was done. 26 of our systems are in critical state. So all our water service authorities have also developed the blue drop improvement plans, and they've submitted to DWS. We are monitoring them on a regular basis to make sure that they improve on those issues that were identified in the previous assessment as the key challenges. And then in terms of the no drop, we also have a very big problem. I think it was part of the reason why we don't have adequate water in the province is because a lot of water is lost in the system. Our municipalities, they are not able to account for over 51% of the water that comes through their system. So some of it, it's water that is probably being misused. Some of it is being lost through leaks and all that. So it's one of the areas. So the thing that we're working on this one is that none of our municipalities were able to submit the correction action plans for no drops. So we are working with our municipalities to make sure that they do correct that. Yeah, I will skip this because this is what I was explaining. Now, we then develop a strategy based on all those challenges that I was talking about. I will just give an overview of the strategy. As I've indicated, I think the biggest challenge number one, was the decline from where we were previously to where we are at the moment. As I've indicated, now the new standard, it's no longer the communal standpipe. It's now the house connection, meaning that instead of 79 where we are, it means we are actually at 64.2. So we need to move from 64.2 to the 80% that the province has set us up as our target for the current 7th administration. The water scarcity is one of the issues. Most of the catchment areas in the province are stressed in terms of water availability. So then part of this strategy is to explore the use of more underground water rather than over focus on the surface water. The other issue is non-revenue water. I've already spoken about it, and also as a province, how do we then respond to climate change? Because most of our water resources are affected by the effects of climate change. And then the other issue is from the implementation side, we've noted, as I've indicated, most of our municipalities are implementing projects, but the projects are stagnant. We are not having a project being completed, which means that now the population growth is outpacing the rate at which we are able to deliver services. So we needed to put particular attention on project management in municipalities to try to address the issue of projects not being completed. Other challenge is aging infrastructure. I think here the biggest issue is, of course, maintenance. Municipalities are over focusing on the implementation of new projects, and then while they're doing little in terms of maintenance and refurbishing of the old infrastructure, but I think now, at least now, there's movement, because there's also even the capital grants are now making provisions for municipality to use part of that allocation towards maintenance and operation. And as of this year, municipalities are now, we are now forcing municipalities to take 10% of the MIG funds to address all the non-compliant directives that they have. The poor management of wastewater treatment works, I will not repeat that, and then the contamination of water system as well as the rivers. And then the lack of integration. I think one of the issue is coordination among role players. You find out, like, one project is being implemented by Lepelle, another one is being implemented by, and then the further part down the value chain is being represented by municipality. And one section gets finished before the other one, and then people get frustrated. So I think for us, I think part of the intention here is to get the coordination right between the role players in the implementation of projects, so that there's proper synchronization of projects, so that you don't have a situation wherein one part gets, say, like reticulation gets completed while there's no bulk. By the time the bulk is completed, the reticulation can no longer work, so they have to redo the reticulation. Yeah, and of course, the other issue, over-reliance on grants. Our municipalities are not implementing cost recovery at all. So part of what we're doing on this particular strategy is to come up with financial models that will assist municipalities to plan for to come up with the revenue enhancement strategies that would begin to recover funds from the consumers that are consuming services that they are providing, because most of our municipalities are doing nothing in terms of control. And we have done a study throughout the province. I'll just give the overall. We have identified each and every household and village that does not have water in the province. In total, 2,153 settlements in the province do not have water at all. And we see that this number has grown 3 times from 2011 statistics to 2022. So I think this is one of the biggest area of concern, that all this growth in terms of the need, while the pace of development is lagging behind. Now this is just a breakdown per water service authority in terms of how many settlements we have identified that do not have water or have water issues. Now we then went further into those areas and then try to identify, in each and every one of those areas that we have identified to be having water issues or not having water, what is the problem? And the problems are those that are listed there. Some is stalled or incomplete project, insufficient water resources, poor planning, inadequate infrastructure maintenance, operational efficiency of the municipalities in running their system. I will not go through each and every one of them. And then we further come up with programs to try to address the challenges that we have identified. We came up with short-term, medium-term, as well as long-term plans to address the challenges. In the short term, we said municipality must focus on revival of existing non-functional borehole, exploration of groundwater sources, and prioritize operation and maintenance to optimize the water infrastructure. In the medium term, the focus should be completing all those incomplete projects, and then the focus should also go towards the prioritization of areas that do not have any water at all. And then we've also developed a 5-year implementation plan for each of our 10 water service authorities. And we have also developed a non-revenue water a program that we are implementing with DBSA. And then in the long term, it's to increase the capacity, reticulation of all the water service authorities and develop new infrastructure projects. Now, and then based on that program, then we also indicated where the resources are going to come from, where we have actually identified individual projects in terms of the 3 main programs, that is MIG, WSIG, as well as RBIG, and then we identified WRC that we think if these projects are implemented and completed within this current 7th year administration, we should be able to achieve the target that the province has set for our municipalities in terms of this one is just showing the assessment. It's an assessment of the demand of water demand that we did in the strategy, which of course shows that most of our areas are water stressed, and these 2 maps are indicating the red dots are indicating areas that would have not adequate water by 2027 and currently. But the other map, it's indicating if with the current situation, if we employ all those things that we have said, the boreholes, doing the transfer schemes from one area where there's surplus to the other areas where there's deficit, we should be able to manage the situation in a way that some of the red drops would, or this is what my presentation is all about. I think the rest of the things is just the details of what I was explaining. So I'll end here. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nelwa Mondo. You are protected. We are not going to quote you as Office of the Premier, but you also know how COGSTA relates directly to that office. So you still have a responsibility there. Thank you so much for sharing with us. At some point I thought you were cheating on me when you said you're not going through all the slides, but I also have to stick to my mission. We are here to listen, we are here to reflect, and we are here to take things forward. So we had to give you that opportunity. Thank you so much for sharing. And the presentation will be available. We have come to the end of this plenary session. Unfortunately, we're running slightly behind schedule. We will be having interactive sessions over tea. I would just like to ask all our plenary speakers to convene on stage just for a group photo before we break. But I would also like, for completeness, make sure that we acknowledge all our member institutions that are here, especially COGSTA, who's just presented now. Then we have WISA also, we have IMISA. We also have SWE in the house. We also have award in case I have missed those colleagues. We also have Tsohang Water and Sanitation here with us. And we also have UKZN on the program. With that, I would like to call our session to a close. Just in terms of time, we would like to start 11:45, the next session, session 2. And my apologies to our facilitator for session 2, Mamo. Unfortunately, we were running behind schedule. Thank you so much for your indulgence and participation as well. Please feel free to engage with the speakers over tea. Like I said, I'll just ask our plenary speakers to convene on stage, and then we'll close the session here. Thank you very much. Thanks. Please give them a round of applause, all our speakers. Thank you.
See if you're wanting to stand because you've been sitting for long. Okay, so my name is Mamo Claudine Matlo, and I'm the Head of Business Development and Partnerships at the Water Research Commission. And I will be facilitating CEO, Deputy Chair, please. CEO and Deputy Chair, please. Dr. Pinar, you are a bit loud, the two of you, thank you. So I'm going to be facilitating this session. I am told that we cannot break for lunch late. So for some reason, I must make magic. And the magic I'm going to make is we have spoken to the colleagues that have already had some presentations, and we are taking them out of the program. So in the program, we'll just have 2 speakers that have not yet, 3. Yeah, 3 speakers that have not yet spoken in the first session. And then we want more of a discussion with yourselves. Because remember, this is a stakeholder engagement. It's not about us standing here and just feeding back info. But we really want to hear your thoughts from what has happened in the morning until now. So I'm going to be calling my speakers to please come and sit in the front, so that when we call you up on stage, you're not going to take long going down the stairs. So we're going to have Melissa Cousins from WISA. We're going to have Mr. Abatakali Cedric Mpari from IMISA. And lastly, Derek Dutoit from Award. So if these 3 colleagues can please come to the front, thank you, so that you're already seated there. So this is the partnership session. I think we've already heard a lot about the challenges, about the good work that the province has done through Lepelle Northern Water, the universities and other partnerships. So we are now talking more about what else can we do, who else is in this room that can add value in the partnerships that we're trying to put, but with really the broader aim of improving the water and sanitation services in the province. So we all know that water is a global complex challenge. We cannot work alone. It affects other sectors. So we really, really need to put these partnerships together. And maybe just a quick word on the WRC. From the Water Research Commission side, most of you know us as a funder of research and innovation, but we also work with municipalities, we work with all spheres of government, we work with people that provide training and development like the colleagues that are here. And we also are very prominent in the international space and in the rest of the African continent. So it's not only about us funding research here at home, but also how can we internationalize the work that we're doing? How can we bring expertise from elsewhere to come and really strengthen what we are doing, but also allowing our own experts to then shine out there. So it's about profiling our expertise, the work that we're doing in water research, development, and innovation. So yeah, that is a bit on the WRC partnership. So what we are now going to do is we will be taking these presentations. I will not allow Q&A after each. We'll take them back to back. I will try and summarize or sort of recap from their presentation, and then really we focus on your input. So it will be a Q&A if you want to just give remark, if you want to ask a question to these colleagues or the ones that spoke previously and so forth. And our first speaker is going to be Melissa, who represents the Water Institute of Southern Africa. Like I've mentioned, the WRC has partnership with WISA, where we are providing trainings to municipalities throughout the provinces, the country. And please, my speakers, if you can, please make it 5 to 7 minutes, not 10 minutes, so that we can still allow time for discussions. Thank you. Over to you, Melissa.
Is it working now? There we go. Okay, I'm Melissa. I'm the operations manager of the water. Okay, so I'm here today to talk about the Strengthening Technical Capabilities project that we're running with the Water Research Commission. We are very happy to be partnering with the WRC, and obviously we've had a lot of success recently with this project. We have yet to roll it out into the Limpopo province, but I'll I'll give you some more information. So basically, I just wanted to talk about who WISA is. I think first and foremost, WISA is a professional body. We're recognized by SACWA, and we also hold the designation of Professional Process Controller. Thank you. You would have heard earlier about about process controllers and regulation 3630. So regulation requires that class 5 and 6 process controllers are registered with WISA as professional process controllers. WISA's vision is inspiring passion for water, and we're hoping to inspire every person in Southern Africa to have a passion for water so we can have water available for future generations. So it's just a bit of an overview of what we do. I think in a nutshell, what would probably be our most important objective is to provide training. And so we provide training in the sector, specifically CPD accredited training. And so we provide that training for engineers, scientists, and process controllers. We have different various memberships. Number one is obviously our professional registration, which is for professional process controller. We also have other individual memberships and non-individual or corporate memberships. I think for people in the room, important ones would be academic members. So anybody who is a lecturer or is employed by a university can register as an academic member. And then also we have a student membership as well. So if there's any students in the room, you are welcome to sign up with WISA. You'll see that we have various branches and technical divisions and empowerment platforms. Again, one of interest would be the Limpopo branch. So that is run by volunteers within the region. We have various technical divisions, and then our empowerment platforms include the Young Water Professionals and Women in Water. This is just a little bit of an overview about a professional process controller designation. You will note that, as I said before, it's required by regulation, but then also there are minimum requirements for this designation, one of which being is the relevant NQF6 qualification that's required as a minimum. And then you also need 6 years work experience, post-qualification work experience as a process controller, and then the various competencies which need to be met in order to be awarded that. Evaluations are done by a committee to determine whether or not somebody can be awarded the designation. Okay, so I'm just going to jump onto our CPD training. We have various CPD accredited courses, as I mentioned previously, both technical and soft skills training, because we realize that soft skills training is important, especially within the sector. So WISA training is presented by water sector professionals that have the qualifications and necessary experience. These are persons that are actually WISA members, and if any of you are WISA members and are interested in doing any training with WISA, you're welcome to reach out to me and we can discuss further. WISA has triple CPD accreditation. So as I mentioned before, we do training for engineers, scientists, and process controllers. So you'll note that WISA, who is the holder of the Professional Process Controller designation, EXA for engineers, and SACNASP for scientists. WISA does courses online, in person, in-house, and we also have a few e-learning courses that are available on our e-learning portal. Obviously, we provide discounts to persons who are members, and then also for bulk registrations for any of our corporates. And then just on a side note, regulation requires all professional process controllers to obtain at least 10 CPD points annually, and 1 point is equivalent to 1 day of training. That's important to note, and in order for those CPD to be obtained, it needs to be training that's accredited by WISA. This is just a list of our various courses on offer, which you are welcome to have a look at later. I can also make the presentation available. And just a few more. Okay, so then I just want to jump onto the WISA projects. We have various projects. We partner with EWC as well, and but obviously today I'm going to be focusing on the WRC project. So we started with the rollout of this project in March. Our first courses were held in the Northern Cape and Northwest, and we had very good turnout. We currently, this week, are running courses in the Free State, and we also recently, I think 2 weeks back, ran courses in Mpumalanga. So Limpopo is on the list and will be have access to the various courses we are offering through this project. So you'll notice that there are two different sections here. The first being aimed at professional process controllers, engineers, scientists, municipal officials. And those particular courses are on Blue Drop training course, water safety planning, Green Drop training course, wastewater risk abatement plan, plants and process audits, and then No Drop and water conservation. So I was just making a few and I just wanted to touch on some of the feedback on the Blue Drop, Green Drop, and No Drop reports. So I noted that it was mentioned earlier, but the non-revenue water for the province is 57.7%. So, you know, our training on No Drop and water conservation is going to be an important discussion with regards to that. And then when we look at the Blue Drop reports, I just want to talk about the staff stats, because that's where it's actually quite important. Of the shortfall was 25% on both process controllers and supervisors for the Limpopo province. That means that you have 25% less of the staff that you are supposed to have employed that have the competencies within those areas. And then on Green Drop as well, the results there were also quite bad. So alluded to that earlier, with only 76% of wastewater treatment plants having less than half of the required process controllers required under the regulation. So under Regulation 3630, there are certain requirements, and that's not only on the number of process controllers you need within your plant, but on the competencies that those process controllers need. So WISA is here to assist with that, obviously with the help of the WRC. Then on the second component, you'll notice that we also are doing specific training for municipal councillors, senior decision makers, planning managers, asset managers, HR training, procurement, so on and so forth. And that's because we realize that there's a huge gap. If we are training the process controllers to be able to deliver on the day-to-day of what they need, but they are not supported by their superiors to make sure that they have the necessary budgets available to buy what they need. So whether it be chemicals, whether it be PPE, whatever it is that they need to run their plants efficiently, then we are not going to see those changes in the blue, green, and no drop outcomes that we would like to see. So we have two specific courses. One is an introduction to water and wastewater treatment, and that's just to give these people an understanding of what it takes to run a water and wastewater treatment plant. Because if you are there making decisions about what's required and you don't even understand the process itself, how are you going to be able to support your people better? And then the second one is water governance for councillors. And we take across we go from the National Water Act right through to the Municipal Financing Act, and then we're also talking about the criteria for Blue Drop, Green Drop, and the No Drop criteria as well. So we're hoping that through this, we'll obviously be able to educate all the right people in the right places and eventually see a positive impact on those blue, green, and no drop scores. And then since I have the stage, I'm just going to quickly touch on our conferences. For any young people in the room, we have our Young Water Professionals Conference that's taking place in November this year, the 25th to 27th of November. Unfortunately, the call for papers is already closed, but you are welcome to get yourself to the Eastern Cape to attend that conference. It's going to be a very good one, I'm sure. And then a few people have mentioned the WISA Biennial Conference. Our next Biennial Conference is the 22 to 24 July 2026, and that's going to be held in Cape Town. Please note that the call for papers has not been made yet, but go to our website, check regularly, and see when the call for papers is out so that you can do those submissions timeously. Okay, thank you.
So a little bit over the time that was up there. Let's just shoot straight to our next speaker, and that is going to be Mr. Abatakali Pagi, who is representing the Institute of Municipal Engineering of Southern Africa. Let's see if you can top Melissa's time.
Thanks, Program Director. Ladies and gentlemen, good, is it still morning or afternoon? Oh, we are just crossing. Let me say good morning. Yeah. On behalf of IMESA, let me indicate that we are very much delighted to have this opportunity whereby we collaborate with Water Research Commission and other stakeholders that are here today. Strengthening the technical capability as well as the capacity is the cornerstone of IMESA. IMESA stands for that. In other words, we are here to see to it that we achieve the support that is expected from us in the municipality and local government agencies. Whether we are maintaining the existing or we are building the new infrastructure, the engineering and technical skills are very much essential in the use of innovative method as well as the technology to create the sustainable and resilient solution to the unique challenge that we have here in South Africa. So let me also proceed by indicating exactly who are we as IMESA. IMESA as the Institute of Municipal Engineering of South Africa. We are the voluntary association for the Engineering Council of South Africa, whereby this Engineering Council of South Africa, it offers the professional membership for the continuous professional development. And we as IMESA, we promote the interest of the municipal engineers and their profession by creating the platform for the exchange of ideas and knowledge sharing in all aspects of the municipal engineering to expand the best practices in the local government municipalities. Going further, the services that we are offering as IMESA, we are offering the bursaries to the engineering students. We are also offering the mentorship to those who are undergoing preparation to register through the Engineering Council. We are also offering the technical support. We are also having the branch seminars as well as the technical tours. Also annually we have the IMESA conference. Maybe for this one I can also indicate that our conference is still coming end of next month from the 29th to the 31st of October, and it's going to be held in East London. So those who are wishing to join us, they can just check on our website. There is a special site for the conference. Lastly, as part of how we as IMESA, we have got the branches across the country. We have got about 7 branches. Here in Limpopo, we are in the Northern Provinces branch, which is combining the Limpopo, Mpumalanga, Northwest, and Gauteng as a branch. We also have the branch in KwaZulu-Natal as a province. To us, it's also a branch as it is. And then we've got another branch which is for Free State and Northern Cape. And then in the Eastern Cape, we've got 2 branches. One called Eastern Cape, which is covering the area of Tebeka, and the other one which is border covering the area of East London. Lastly, in the Western Cape, we also have 2 branches, one covering the Cape Town area and the other one covering the area of George and Mossel Bay. Then coming to the objectives of IMESA, maybe for the sake of time, I'll try to summarize, but the objective that we have here is to promote the knowledge on the science and protocol of the engineering, infrastructure engineering. We also promote and support the interests of infrastructure engineering professions and the engineering fraternity involved. So we also develop the knowledge products and services to support the members in their profession. We promote and exchange views and ideas on all aspects of infrastructure engineering. And then moving forward, the focus that we're going to share now is about what is it that we have done as a way to strengthening the technical capacities in the municipalities. Here we're going to focusing more on the water and sanitation, because as IMESA, we are providing services on all fields of municipal engineering. But here we'll be focusing more on the water and sanitation, which is relevant to this gathering of today. So over the past 4 years, IMESA have got the projects that we're focusing on developing much needed guidelines for municipalities to handle the water-related issues. The previous guidelines include the water and wastewater treatment and the water reclamation and reuse. After the devastating floods in KZN as well as Eastern Cape, the guidelines for the design of flood estimation and understanding the flood risk have also been developed. We also have, as IMESA, we have the Memorandum of Agreement with the Water Research Commission to support their initiative to roll out the training on the ground and reach those who need it most to keep up with the research and development of the new materials, new methods of applying resources and innovations in municipal engineering for managing water and sanitation. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, climate change is real. And as IMESA, we'll be presenting a session tomorrow for understanding the flood risk. Even though this area is traditional a dry region, it is crucial to understand the impact of flooding on infrastructure and the communities. With this few words, Chairperson, I thank you.
Thank you very much, and I feel so bad that I'm rushing you like this, colleagues. Yeah, so it's not going to happen, colleagues. There's no way we can have lunch at 12:15. I think we'll take 15 extra time, and I'm sure that the facilitator of the next session after lunch will try to also recover some of the time. So if you allow us, please, until past, we'll break for lunch at past. The first two speakers were our partners in rolling out the training and development activities in the country. And now we're going to have our last speaker, who is Mr. Derek Dutoit, who is from Award. And Derek is not our training and development partner, but he's going to be talking about how the WRC partners with other implementation partners to ensure that we bring the communities on board. So he'll be sharing with you some of the work that we have done to empower communities to be involved in providing their own water services in the country. Over to you, Derek.
Thank you, Program Director, and good afternoon, everybody. Am I going to be driving the ship? All right, I've got a presentation here entitled, it's 2 for the price of 1, so it means I'm going to speak twice as fast in 7 minutes. But there you can see the title. It's Rural Water Governance, What Are the Options? And then the second part is Supported Self-Supply, Empowering Communities to be Involved. And I'm just going to talk briefly about a program in Guyana. And what I'm going to share here is not what Award does with the WRC, but as in the spirit of showing how these partnerships that Dr. Malwant was talking about earlier, I think it was a big experiment to see how we can bring multiple stakeholders into the room. So it wasn't without challenges, and I'm not going to sell to you 100% glorious, everything went hunky-dory story. All right, so I'll just introduce by way of, my title talks about rural governance, and I think we have to be very clear about what we mean by this. Because when you talk about rural, we often just refer to, people are farming, that's rural. We're talking here about a very specific context, and maybe the picture's not that clear. But we really are talking about areas where you've got rural residential, and typically in our provinces of Mpumalanga and Limpopo, it refers to the areas of communal lands. And largely those, there are massive backlogs in terms of that. And that's the context where we have entered into a partnership with the local municipalities and the district, the Water Research Commission, Tsogang Water and Sanitation, University of Western Cape, and the Flanders government. I mustn't forget that they did provide substantive funding. So we're talking about a location towards the bottom there, rural residential, high densities of people, very little delivery in terms of infrastructure being maintained and sustained. It sets up the whole thing going forward. This is just the context with which I think people in this province are familiar. If you look at Marileng local municipality, 80% of the residents in Marileng are living on less than 20% of the land. So it's not a situation to be snivelled at. This is the project I said I would introduce. It was called, and this is a mouthful, the Guyana Local Scale Climate Resilience Program, which is now finished. But this is the program that gives us an opportunity to reflect on how do we collaborate and how do we work across multiple scales. And you can see the reference there to the partners. I'm not going to go through these pieces of innovation or research or infrastructure, but the idea was to coordinate multiple projects all at once during the same time and to make them all work together with community engagement. So I think you can see we did grab the tiger by the tail, but we did learn a lot from it. So I'm putting that out there, that this program does offer us lots of learning if we want to work in this space. Here comes the part. So we're talking about self-supply on what would be your left. And then we introduced the notion, and it has been tested elsewhere, of supported self-supply, which is vastly different. So in many situations, communities are just doing self-supply. They don't have any options. They're simply coping, right? It's a survival mechanism. They buy their own materials, they install, they update, they maintain. Crossing over to supported self-supply brings in new technologies, it brings in researchers, it brings in engineers, and it brings in technology such as what you see there, reverse osmosis and so on, into these contexts. But it gives the community the mandate to run and maintain those systems, which is a big challenge, but I think we showed that we could do it. Here, the question is, what exactly are they managing? When you're talking about a community coming in, they're not managing sometimes the whole system. They're focusing on part of a system. So it could be as little as pumps, as little as you know, the solar panels that are driving these systems and standalone things. So helping people understand that when you're talking about community involvement, be very clear what they're involved in. And I think that is a first challenge. We're not talking about communities running wastewater treatment plants for the district. This is not what is intended, but sometimes they are confused. What do you want us to manage? And then there are issues there. So we've tested it. I can't go through. I see my program director is eyeing me out here from to my left. We can't go through this in detail, but just to say this program is well documented. The methodologies are there, and it helps the communities really get a handle on what they're supposed to be doing. And if they don't, you can pretty much assume this thing is going to be an abandoned project. So this is about having systems in place, and I think I can't read it. I know students have got good eyesight with these tiny screens, but even that one I'm failing to see. Okay, it's about asset management and maintenance systems. It's about local level governance systems. Do you have a committee that is accountable? Quantity and quality management. Are you distributing water equally to all houses, or do the guys who live next to the standpipe take everything? There's about dispute resolution and management systems, about reporting things. If the RO plant breaks down, they can't fix it. They do need to bring in the district. So that's what supported is in this context. And they have to have a financial management system, because sometimes they have to pay for the refurbishments. This showed how we got them to break the villages down into sections so that they could manage it on the back of shared infrastructure. It's well worth thinking about this, people. You can't ask people who are living in one part of the village to raise funds for infrastructure which is located across the hill. So it sounds obvious that if you don't approach it like that, you're approaching it with tensions and resentfulness. So this thinking has been done. On the bottom right, you saw us running what is called a VWISA, a Village Water Infrastructure Savings Association, where some of our savings associations we thought would raise little money. After 1 year, they had raised 145,000 Rand in one savings association. It's a formidable amount of money. They can take loans from those associations, I will say. But it also helps them to stop non-revenue water. Then the last section of my talk is the governance one, which is not to be, this is affecting people who are sitting in the office of the Premier, people who are sitting in the district and in the universities. So what we kick off with here, and I'm nearly done. What are the options? So there's a quote there. At the end of the day, self-supply is happening. Whether government supports it is another issue. So communities will continue to run their own self-supply systems. And they're all over Africa. And we even heard Cape Town was going to do those when they got to day 0. People make their own plans. Okay, the question is how. And the key issue there, you need to work across multiple scales or systems of governance, from the Premier down to the district, with Lepele, Northern Water, with the researchers, with the engineers. It's a coordination situation that you are confronting. You've got multiple government departments. Department of Agriculture runs infrastructure, so does the Water Services Authority, and so on. You need to keep your eye on that. Then you have multiple mandates. I think you're hearing about that in this room. And then, of course, they're about capability. Do the communities have the capability, in other words, the power to make decisions? And that's fundamentally important. That's the context that we're talking about in this project. Many people are there. You'll recognize yourselves. This is the governance model we used, starting with building community capability, working with the technical staff and the services authority, working with the policy documents and directives and IDPs, and then not lastly with council. You can't leave one of those out, and we heard from our earlier speaker from WISA what you need to do there. Bring them on board, or else they're not going to be behind it. This is the last big effort that we've made. We try to build a research development and innovation unit into the district, and it's busy being tabled before council, and tomorrow we'll be presenting this in front of Salga's Provincial Assembly. It's a groundbreaking unit in Mopani district. Bringing research in as an evidence-based building means of planning has been a phenomenal win on this project side. Okay, that's, and then of course don't forget about a handover framework. Ladies and gentlemen, when you leave infrastructure behind, you need an appropriate structure. We call those co-management agreements, and you need to have them there. And then I end with thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to all our 3 speakers. And once more, apologies for really rushing you. Only 5 things from my side before we open the floor for now discussion, Q&A, your reflections. The first one is we've heard from both WISA and MISA about their membership. Please do check them, enroll as a member. There are lots of trainings happening around for professional development. Please check them out. They both have conferences also annually or biannually. From the WISA side is the Young Water Professional and is the main one, so it's also annually. So please join us in those conferences where we have more time to speak than rush like this. The 4th thing, I wanted to alert you that we have a few of our innovators out there from UKZN showing our drone technology for precision farming. And we also have colleagues from ARC who are showcasing some of our bag system to plant vegetables in places where you don't have enough space. These are just like not even half. We have many, many more, but please go to them. They are here for the 2 days. Engage with them so that you can see what we're doing. Then lastly, I think it has been stressed that partnerships are very key, and we need partnerships with different stakeholders. It's not only academics, it's not only government and so forth. So we need all of you that are in here. You have a role in a way to play in ensuring that we improve services in water and sanitation in the province. And now we're going to open the floor for Q&A. So it can be Q&A, it can be what role are you playing in whatever space you are sitting in. We have shared some of the work that we are doing, not all. Are you seeing any gaps still? Where do we need more training and development, for example? What kind of new partnerships do we need, or what should we be strengthening in these partnerships that we are doing with different stakeholders in the province? So this is the discussion that we're going to take. When you grab the mic, colleagues will help me, will introduce yourself. We will take 5 at a go, and I'll ask colleagues to respond to those. I think we have almost 10 minutes to do this exercise. So please raise your hand, reflections, sharing what you're doing. But most importantly, for the Limpopo province, where do you think we need to strengthen as all these partners that are in this room wanting to make a difference? And I am hoping to have hands, colleagues. After all this information that we've shared, you must have something. There's one at the back there. Second one, second taker. Okay, let's, this side. Your name and then your question quickly or your remark. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Joseph Muka. I'm a postgraduate student, Institute for Rural Development. My question is to the Office of the Premier. It's just a small question to Mr. Nilomondo. I want to ask Mr. Nilomondo if you, as one of the Office of the Premier, if you really consider the research from the University of Venda and also University of Limpopo, because the University of Venda have conducted a lot of researches on water. And then when you were presenting, you were saying that the municipalities are failing to deliver the water. So are you and the Office of the Premier considering all the researches that we have done? They are in the library here at the University of Venda and Limpopo, yes or not? Thank you.
We're just going to take the question, and to rephrase it back to you, what is the university doing to make sure that the work that you are creating reaches the intended stakeholders? Because it's both of us, it's the university and them taking up your solution. But we'll get the questions over here, sir.
Yes, thank you. Afternoon, everyone. My name is Trevor Gopo, and I'm CEO of a company called LWI. We had to change the meaning of the acronym. It was formed as Limpopo Water Initiative 24 years ago, and we've changed that to Leadership in Water Innovation. Now, I see that we've worked and collaborated with pretty much every logo here except one. And what we do as a company is we design, build, and operate wastewater treatment plants with the primary focus on reuse. And we are in official partnership with the University of South Africa, UNISA, and the Dutch government, the German government. And as I sit in this panel, I've attended every workshop on water and wastewater. And while it's good that we talk about research, but we're in a time of crisis. How are we responding to the crisis? And I would like to direct this to Salga, to say there's less and less voice from innovation and from companies that have solutions. And more often than not is we sit and listen to panelists that are talking about policy. And nowhere in the world has policy ever led transformation. If anything, innovation should be sitting in front and policy following to regulate the innovation. So I think we are one step behind in terms of responding to a crisis. So my question is particularly to Salga, and yeah. We actually were funded by the South African government as part of a DTI mission when we started out. And out of it, we were able to attract €1 million investment from the Dutch government, and we built a pilot project here in the province in Palaboro. And that pilot project is completely defunct now. And we are willing to come back and invest and start that project again. And this time round, send that water to PMC, who's willing to buy the water, and bring in revenue of over 4 million per month to the municipality. But we can't get the right interface because we get frustrated. The question is, how do we get this done? Thank you.
Thank you. Let's take more hands. If there are any, please. CEO, are you having a question or are you responding? Okay. CEO wants to comment. And there's more hands, and there's another hand. Okay, thank you. CEO?
Okay, thank you very much, colleagues. And I think for me, the comment is around the caliber of people sitting around the room, right? Obviously, there's always many challenges vis-a-vis solutions, but I think it's key that we also, as we, go at each other, that we come up with some proposals. So mine starts from Coxter and the challenges, I think, as well as Office of the Premier, around the challenges experienced by municipalities. I think we need to be more intentional around consequence management of poor service delivery, be it water and sanitation. Legislatively, water services authorities are mandated to appoint water services providers, right? In most cases, they appoint themselves. So this means a municipality has got the legal authority to be a municipality, but then they also offer the service. Now they can't hold each other themselves accountable when they are not performing. And I think that's a program that the Premier's office and Coxstar can be intentional around implementing consequence management. The president even announced it. We are going for licensing. So with the picture that we saw there, I think there is a lot to be done. We need to start identifying and creating awareness around our water boards and other competent service providers that can step into this space once the licensing happens. And it has to be really supported with political will, because from SALGA and municipalities, this has been challenged. But from a constitutional imperative, the province is not delivering. I can will compare this to Western Cape, for example, or Gauteng. So those are the things I wanted to say. Secondly, with also the picture that we saw at municipalities, WISA is mandated by law to provide training for process controllers. So it's not like we need some short courses to come from somewhere. There is a vehicle in place. As the Water Research Commission, as Lepelle Northern Water, we have the partnerships with WISA. So this is something that needs to happen like tomorrow, and we can work around all this funding that we are pledging so that we turn around this picture around training and the lack of skills. We also want to talk to the issues of technology and infrastructure. The problem is that we must talk about the elephant in the room, which is corruption, right? You stated very clearly, Lepelle would deliver bulk very quickly, but municipalities would take longer to reticulate, take from bulk to community. How do we not utilize each other's capabilities as implementing agents so you get to do the full process? Because from an economies of scale point of view, from technical capability, you still have got the best model if you can do that. So maybe we need to start swallowing the corruption pill and saying, because we don't want hundreds of us delivering the same thing, let's get the best to run this process. And then it will move with faster and quicker. I also heard about the technologies. I spoke to a young gentleman earlier. Was it you, sir? No, he was also wearing a red shirt. He's there at the back. Telling me about a community where can we intervene with our technologies. I said, yes, we can, but we're not mandated to implement water and sanitation services. So hopefully through your intervention and interaction, you will invite the Water Research Commission. We will come and show you the technologies which are water efficient for both water and sanitation. But we will need the political people there that are mandated by law to deliver that service so that we can make a decision right there and there and act on it and make sure that by next election, because that's always our target point, by next election, that community has got water and sanitation that is dignified. So those are the kind of recommendations I want us to offer as the Water Research Commission to support yourselves as Coxstar within the capabilities that we have. Thank you.
Thank you, CEO. Thank you. There was a last question here, then I'm going to ask, I don't want to say only the Premier's office, but we'll start with you. Whoever would like to top up how we can address the two issues, we can then come in. There was a hand this side, no? Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm Dr. Mjere Edward from Faculty of Science, Engineering and Agriculture, Biological Science Department here at Univen. My question is based on the spheres of government and responsibilities. I'll do it as a case scenario of something that happened and I have to engage in trying to solve it. There was a situation where in one of the water abstraction point and water treatment plant in Shikundu, where the crocodile was found to be dead, and I got an alert that there's a dead animal. So I tried to make contact with different departments, LEDET, municipality as well, and some of the Department of Water and Sanitation. So while I'm addressing it, be looking at how can we have a situation where all these spheres of government have got a tendency, like a magnet which is having two types of poles that do not want to integrate. So what happened is that that is the strategic area where water is abstracted, and it feeds a lot of communities. And you can see the danger that comes with a crocodile that is dead is starting to decay, and it could release some toxins from its head, which is poisonous. And water has to be abstracted so that communities can get clean water. So you could see in that regard that the integrity of that water already is compromised, because someone there has been told early to go and remove that crocodile. And I found out that there is no capacity from the municipality and the provincial department to remove dead animals. But there is an official that has been employed, but they don't have equipment like a boat to remove dead animals. So you could see that that is a risk on its own. So what is it that need to be done? How can these different spheres of government or institution have one integrated ideology and function in order to speed up solving crisis? Because that crisis could have been solved very early, but I'm told while I'm following up that let's leave the nature to take its course, while that area is a critical area for water supply, and people are not having water. So this I'm directing to Mr. Ndoramondo. Is coming from what he said, that there's a lack of integration between role players. Together with Masindi from provincial DW head here in Limpopo, what are they going to do to have such a situation where they are ready to solve issue at a blink of an eye, rather than just leave things to say no, they will help itself? The same kind of issue happened with the fish that were dying in the Nandoni Dam. And it was the same crisis that happened, and it wasn't solved. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think I apologize. I did not even manage to end at 12:30, but we are wrapping this up. There are 3 questions to ask. How are we bringing on board academics, but specifically Univen? The second one is, how are we structured as a province, especially looking at the government to respond to crises, as we have all this knowledge and partnerships and innovative solution? And lastly, is the issue of capacity. Again, how are we addressing this to make sure that we have capable people sitting in the correct positions? Thank you. Unfortunately, they were all to you. You'll take it, and if there's any other addition, we can then take it. There's another addition. Let's respond quickly because we really need to wrap up now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, Chairperson. Yeah, the first one in terms of working with the 2 universities to address some of the issues that we're having in the province. Yes, we do try in as much as we can to involve the 2 universities. I think Office of the Premier would also respond in terms of the MOU that has actually been signed between the provincial government and the MOU. So the 2 universities that we have, we try by all means to involve them, and also to work with, of course, the Water Research Commission in terms of because they do propose a lot of new technologies to us, but we always direct them to go to the Water Research Commission so that those technologies could be approved by them before they could be used by our municipality, to make sure that they are actually appropriate for our area. In terms of in almost all the new policies that we have done as a provincial department to try to to support municipalities, we have always had the universities as part of those forums, and also we also do encourage, universities to also make themselves to be part of because a lot of planning actually happens at Water Service Authority level. So in the 10 water services that we have in the province, they have planning forums where water planning actually happens. And I think the university also has a role there to actually inform those forums about the new and innovative ideas and technology that the municipalities can actually use, because the municipalities are actually the center of implementation. So when universities interact directly with municipalities, that is where we're going to have a more impact in terms of what they're proposing, rather than at a provincial level.
Okay, as you wrap up, please.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, and then in terms, but they were all in terms of partnership. I think DWS would, Mr. Masindi will respond on the last one in terms of regulation regarding contamination of the aquatic environment. But basically we work with, currently as of now, there are various initiatives that are there with not only universities but also CSI, DBSA. Like here in November, there is a project to try to get water from the springs to be reticulated so that people could, begin to benefit from that. So there are a lot of initiatives. So, but I think it's upon everyone who is involved in the water sectors to align themselves with the structures that exist, because those structures have been created so that stakeholders could then begin to influence the way things happen at municipalities. Okay. Thank you.
I don't know where DWS and Premier are. We're going to give the last mics to yourself very quickly, please, colleagues, so that you just add where you need to add. Colleagues, I've seen your hands there, but really, like, the time is up. I can't do anything about it. So I'm going to ask you that you just grab the person you wanted to ask the question to immediately as we stop, because if we don't end in time, we're really also chowing into the other colleagues' time. Who is that? Yes, please introduce yourself first, and then just quick, in few seconds, top up to what he has said. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Facilitator. My name is Joyce Mugobi. I'm from Office of the Premier. I just want to support what my colleague from Coxstar has said, but also emphasize that I think this meeting must also note that we have got a challenge of capacity within departments and municipalities when it comes to research. We have recently conducted an assessment on the capacity of research within the provincial government as well as municipalities. There's a lot that needs to be done. There's no in terms of human resource, there's nothing. In terms of financial resources, we are still lacking. Maybe with the partnership that we have with universities, it is your time that you need to capacitate us as a government and municipality when it comes to research. Thank you.
Thank you. And as we're moving to DWS, I think it was this side. Yes, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Program Director. Yeah, I will respond on the issue that was raised. As a department, I would like to indicate that we do water resource management, and we do monitor the water resources. We have different programs that we do in terms of water resources management. And in case of incidents, as the speaker indicated, what we do, we come and we respond to incident within 24 hours. And we collect water samples to check what it might be the cause of the problem or the incident. And as the speaker indicated that maybe it seems if we respond late, but what we do, we have to take the samples to different laboratory depending on the incident. And that also might be the cause of delay in terms of responding. And once the results are out, we do communicate with the stakeholders. We have different structures on the ground. We also work with the municipalities And structures like catchment management forums are the structures that we use to disseminate the outcome of the incident. I think and hope that it answers the related question with regard to the department. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I think you can pick it up with the gentleman, because he was of the view that you came very late to respond. But with these colleagues, let me bring my panel to a closure. And as the cameras are really coming in the front very quickly to take my panelists a picture, we are going to break for lunch. And I am told that the people that were in the briefing in the morning, you go back where you were. And you know where you were in the morning for your lunch. And then the rest of us will have our lunch here. We continue engaging and networking colleagues. And maybe just in closure to say that the reason we are here, Limpopo Northern Water, the WRC, and many other partners, is we really want to position the two universities as the knowledge partner for the conference, the province issues, not only water and sanitation. So it's really what we're trying to do, and we hope that in a very near future, you'll start seeing the universities really coming on board and providing the knowledge and solutions that we are looking for this province. So with that, colleagues, I'm going to call the meeting to an end. Apologies for chowing into your lunch time. I don't know what time we're coming back, Tobile, Dimpo. 45, it's 12:42 now. 1:15. At 1:15, please let's convene back so that we come and now hear from our team from the Water Research Commission on some of the work that we have done and so forth. So thank you very much. I'll ask the photographers to please come to the front as we clap for the last time for my panelists for the job well done. And enjoy your lunch. Thank you.
essentially in this session, we are going to hear from the Water Research Commission and the work that they've been doing, the work that they are doing. So it's knowledge transfer workshops. We will hear from a whole range of topics, from improving the efficiency in the delivery of water and sanitation, water quality management and its significance, water use or reuse, planning and decision support tools and adaptation. We'll also hear from building resilience in agriculture sector through water, energy, food nexus approaches. We'll also learn how to manage and use water. Sanitation options as well. We'll hear a whole lot in this particular session. And if you look at on the program, the first presenter is going to be Mr. J. Bagwan. He will also be presenting on behalf of Dr. Nontlantla because she's not here. So let us give Mr. J. Bagwan a round of applause as he comes to make his presentation.
Okay, technology, presentation. I think this session, you know, we didn't want to take you all through a boring presentation of the WRC research strategies and what is there, because you can read that, you know, from our website. But, you know, to give you some high-level presentations, how we are thinking of what's happening on the ground and what the problems were. So, technology, presentation. Can it not be in the front? Shlengi? Do I have to go sideways too? Okay, so my name's Jay Bhagwan. I'm from the Water Research Commission, all protocols observed. Some of you know me, some of you don't know me. But I think in the morning we had a lot of input on water services issues, so I'm going to cover a lot around how we organize for a more secure water and sanitation future, you know, in the country, but specifically in this province. Now, you know, I've become more bolder nowadays, and I ask the question, is there a crisis? You know, a crisis is a time of intense difficulty and danger. And I put there, is it a black and white crisis? I mean, where I come from in Gauteng, it's a black and white issue. You know, it's how it is interpreted. In this province, is it a black and white issue? You know, I'll leave that to answer, because there are more black people in this province and we have a crisis. So it is a problem that we created. And I'm going to go through some of the stuff that, you know, creates the perfect storm or the perfect cocktail, okay? Because we're starting to see floods in drought periods. We're starting to see droughts in rain periods. You know, we see drying up of investments for water and sanitation. We also have a big problem of revenues. You know, this province, my esteemed colleagues from COCTA and department never put that slide up. On the one, how much revenue do you collect from municipalities in this province? It's only about 15%. People think free basic water is mahala, you know, just keep giving it till the system crashes. But it's also, we're heading to a point of a water constraint. There's not enough water in the system, and I'll share with you that part. But there's a lot of cliches. People talk. At the end of it, you know, it's a governance crisis. My CEO said, corruption is a disease in the water industry and right across the public sector. If we don't talk about it, if we don't bring it out in the open, it's never going to be solved. And that's where academics, researchers, etc. can fill in. They can become the water watchdogs of the province and hold people that are put in power to deliver services accountable. That's a starting point. You need to highlight this problem. But you know, you could see it that everywhere we are in deep, deep trouble, you know, in the sector. When we did research in the WRC, technically all municipalities are bankrupt. You know, when you say bankrupt, it's like when you are bankrupt, you cannot do anything when you are bankrupt. Municipalities are just in a momentum of going deeper and deeper till they reach a point at the edge of the cliff and they just fall. And this province, and I'll show you the graphs, is at that point. It's on the cliff, going downwards. So technically when you don't have any money to run the systems, etc., you are already in deep trouble. There is, you know, this manifestation of systemic issues in delivering services. It's come from long history. You know, it's not a new thing that we can blame the apartheid government, etc. It's how we've been approaching. There's no accountability for anything we do in many, many of these areas. So we end up with that situation where, as the gentleman pointed out, things are deteriorating. You know, every pipe we put on the ground, 10 other pipes are getting old and leaking, etc. We can't catch up because there's no attention to O&M, etc. We're not short of intelligence, you know, research, etc. We have lots of intelligence. Even in the WRC, we can give you guidelines and tools and everything to fix the problem. But we can't fix the people. That's the problem. The people that are there, we can't fix it. Now, I'm not going to go through this, but you can see all the vulnerable municipalities, and Limpopo, you know, all 6 of them are red. Very, very vulnerable. You know, when you keep looking at what the issues are, weak finances, poor O&M, weak technical capacity, and all the reds are the previous homeland jurisdictions that have been taken over by what we call Class C municipalities. That's the district municipalities are totally dysfunctional, and we have to admit it. They don't know how to provide services. And when you look at from a province level, you can see Limpopo is in the top 3. You know, you can celebrate. At least you're in the top 3, but you're in that high vulnerability zone. And when you unpack the detail of why we are there, you'll see that, you know, 77% of these WSAs, you know, don't even spend 8% on operation and maintenance. But when you go deeper, they spend 25% on the black Mercedes of the council. Okay, and that doesn't get defaulted. That's the reality. You know, this is where they're spending their money. Okay, planning is bad. You know, a whole lot of stuff, maintenance, nothing gets done. When you go to the HR skills in the municipality, okay, you can see 85% of the people that are there to run wastewater treatment plants don't even know how to run it. That's why we have to bring in legislation and regulation to make sure we put the right people to manage wastewater treatment plant. That's our kidneys. You know, so if we don't have something to clean the water and go back in the environment, we're asking for more major environmental and health problems. But you could see human resource skill at local government, etc., is very, very poor. People are there, but the competencies are very, very poor. And it's just giving you ideas of how the university can fill many of those gaps. I'm not going to go to the financing. Like I said, they technically bankrupt. People don't even know how to do ads and forecast and budget and etc. So it gets ignored. And then sanitation. You know, we put this up. It's from the shit flow diagrams. My CEO, one of these days, will release the more detailed diagrams for every area in the country. We're busy with a national process. But we're seeing that 67% of all human waste is ending up in the environment. Whether it's on-site systems, whether it's waterborne systems, etc. We have a huge sanitation time bomb, okay, that is emerging in this country, and it's a lot of those things. So what is the answer? We need radical reform in the sector, okay? And as the Water Research Commission, we're supporting national government in moving this water services sector into a sustainable and a professionally managed sector. And how are we going to do it? It's already in the legislation. It's politically supported. We're waiting for it to be gazetted. But in the next 2 years, water services can only be supplied by a licensed water service provider. It's going to be compulsory. You know, no more councillor running water supply, running tenders, taking technical decisions. The compulsory licensing is going to make everyone that is in charge criminally liable for failure. That's how it's going to be. So there's a whole lot of stuff that is happening around that for you all to, as universities, etc., position to say, how do we support and build this new cohort and cadre of specialists that are professional to run water services. A lot of things have been happening. The Water Services Act has been amended to accommodate that. The Section 63 regulations have been strengthened for enforcement. Like I said, anyone making poor decisions will be held criminally liable. So, you know, you can't say, let me build a pipeline where no water flows and say, okay, I can get scot-free. You will be criminally liable, whether you're a mayor, you know, you're connected to the president running this administration, or a municipal manager, you will be held accountable. So this is the kind of more radical reforms that are coming. Who will be licensed? And the licensing process is going to separate the real functions of local government. Water service authorities are the regulator of water services. They're not the vehicle to provide services. Those are in the Act mandated to a WSP. Okay, it was there always, but we never respect that. Now we are strengthening that, and the Act is going to be changed. Who is going to be the WSP? We don't know. It's the right of local government or the authority to decide what vehicle it wants to use, whether it wants to be a community-based vehicle, whether it wants a private sector vehicle, whether it wants its own department to run water services. It will have to do that in a Section 78 process, and you have 2 years to determine that. Once this is promulgated, they say that it's going to be done by September, October this year by Cabinet. So the important thing of a WSP is that all the water services delivery functions, including revenue management, is going to be ring-fenced. Okay? If it's not ring-fenced, then Treasury is not going to transfer any MWIG and SBIG and REWIG money to municipalities if they don't comply. That's how it's going to be. So some radical changes that are coming, and you know, there's processes that we have been helping the department develop to apply for the license, what the requirements are, how long it will take, you know, the criteria, the category, the class, the conditions you have to meet. We recognize that you can't switch the button on and off. So you'll get conditioned license to say, if you don't have the right municipal manager, you have a certain time to get one, fire the other one, okay, because it doesn't meet the conditions. So you will have those legal, you know, avenues to tackle many of these stuff. And there's a whole lot of stuff, I'm not going to go into detail, the department, but this radical shift around water service is required to bring about that change in a very short space of time, okay? Because if it's about professionalization, to put the right people with the right capacity and the right competencies that understand to run the business properly and be accountable for it. That's what it is. Because where we sit at the moment, if you look at Limpopo, on the top, there is no water, there is no fat in the system anymore. So if you don't bring the right people to save you 30% of the water, to create economic growth and respond to the population issues, etc., we're never going to solve the problem. It's going to be crisis after crisis after crisis, and people will move away from Limpopo. And we're already starting to see the pressures in the urban centers happening. So that's the first presentation, just to give you context around where you all should be positioning yourself as a university, as researchers, in terms of supporting government to turn this gear to make big things happen very quickly in the near future. Thank you. How was my time? 10 minutes, was it? Okay. Let's do the next one. So again, apologies, my colleague, who is more the specialist on drinking water quality and those aspects, couldn't make it, so she threw me in the deep end and she said, there's a presentation, I haven't seen it, so let me see if I can talk to it. But this one's going to talk about the other cousin, and the more important cousin, because in the discourse we only talk about water quality. You know, we think water quality solves our problem. But in South Africa, water quantity solves the problem. But in South Africa, water quality is even more important than the quantity. Because you can have lots of water that's of very poor quality. It's even worse that you're looking down the barrel of this kind of shotgun. So I'm going to cover, we get into the front. Oops. Okay, so it's just, I don't have control, but it's just the outline which I will cover, because this presentation deals with water quality and health, research, development, and innovation, and how we're seeing things that should be relevant for Limpopo. You know, let me start, because I see the screens are different. I'm going to go with this one. Why it's important to manage water quality in South Africa. It's a regulatory requirement, number one. Okay, what you put, what you use, what you put in the streams, the rivers, the dams, there's regulations around what quality you can put. So, you know, you better have good kidneys yourself, because that cleans about 80% of the water, and your wastewater treatment plant, which is the other kidney, needs to do the rest of the hard work in cleaning it. So what we put in the environment is fairly safe, so that we can all drink it again. Yeah, we drink water that goes through 2-3 kidneys every day. And if you mess that system up, then you are asking for trouble. So when we're dealing with scarcity issues, water quality becomes a security issue, because you know, there's no dilution option. And before we could dilute, we had the luxury of diluting wastewater and managing it, etc. We don't have that. So managing water quality is you know, very key for public health, for driving the economy, because even farmers, even industry, even commercial require good quality water to be competitive, to be cost effective. And then we mustn't forget the biodiversity and ecosystems, because once in a while on a hot day we like to jump in the river. It must be free from pathogens and bacteria as well. And fish and other invertebrates must survive, you know, so that we know that the ecosystem is, the water ecosystem is also clean. Now, something about water quality in Limpopo, if people didn't know, you know, it's a semi-arid area with limited perennial rivers. So it's not like Stockholm or Finland, where the rivers flow nicely all the time. It's very perennial, okay? And it's highly dependent on surface and groundwater. Okay, so if the groundwater tables dropped in Limpopo, your rivers are going to be drying up. You know, they're all connected. So people must understand the interconnectivity of the whole cycle in that. Limpopo is strategic. It's, you know, a major food producing region in the country. Intensive irrigation, but it also brings a lot of fertilizers and pesticides to manage. You know, all these things get washed back in the rivers through return flows, and there's lots of communities that access water without treatment, and that should be a concern for many of us. It's also a province with extensive mining operations. When you have mining brings a lot of more pollution as well, very complex pollution to manage. But it's also, you know, a province of shared river basins. So we share a lot of our river basins with our partners like Botswana, Zimbabwe, Mozambique. We have a responsibility to make sure we give them safe water as well. I mean, we can't just say that there's my poop, you deal with it. You know, because people get sick down in, if people get sick down in Mozambique, they're running to Gauteng, you know, to get treated. So those are the kind of consequences that we have to manage. We have to keep them healthy so our economy stays healthy as well. And the other important part is that 82% of the population in Limpopo lives in rural areas. So we can't, somebody talked about having a rural water supply. Great focus, because that's the issue we're going to be dealing with in this part of the world. And the challenge is many of the C-type municipalities, etc., don't have catastrophes. Okay, there's no town planning, there's no nothing. I mean, you have to run water services in this area where chiefs decide where you stay and which plot you get. And that makes it very, very difficult because somebody likes to live, people like to live up the hill. So you have to get water up all the time at huge costs. You know, people don't want to live in densified areas, so it becomes quite costly to do rural water supplies. So this is one of the challenges in this province to also try to unpack as well. Largely because our revenue issues, etc., are also based with that kind of dynamic that people think that in all trust land, etc., water should be free. You know, we come from the history. But we can't sustain it, you know, going into the future. And people have ambitions. If you look at, you know, when I started working in the rural areas with Kenny, we were working with very, very poor people living in shacks. Now, when you drive into Toyonduyu, there's mansions that are better than mine in Gauteng. Okay, and they need better. We should charge property tax and you know, charge them good tariffs for the water supply, etc. But Limpopo is one of the most vulnerable provinces in terms of climate change impacts. It's so sensitive that, you know, if you have a climate incident, this province is going to be highly affected from a water perspective. I'm not going to go into this, but you can download this. We have a strategic plan on the water quality and health RDI that talks to what we're trying to do. But just to highlight, and Natasha and them talk because they've been in our system for many, many years, where we've been looking at things in this area that affects this area, things like high nitrate, fluoride, and microbial risks. It's normal because open defecation and other sanitation practices contribute to that. So we've been looking at those kind of issues. But then we also, from the mining stuff, looking at heavy metals, issues of microbial pathogens, and the new kid on the block, you know, CECs. I forget what it's contaminants of emerging concern. Some of them I don't even know how to pronounce, but all the makeup, all the shampoo, all the lipstick, all the underarm you use is finding its way into the water. And if it's not treated properly, you're drinking it. And when you drink it, you might find your hair growing on this side of the head. And you ask what's happening. But that's the kind of consequences we have to forecast and deal with around water quality issues. Because it's changing all the time. We are modernizing as well. You know, people don't use what you would call ash anymore to wash dishes. They get sunlight liquid. So all of that, even in the rural area, is becoming quite prominent. So these are the new challenges around water quality we have to foresee. I think Natasha captured a lot of the stuff that we've been doing with Univen. But our focus at the moment is this issues of water reuse and CECs. In this province, water reuse is going to become prominent. Okay? So if we have a bad quality, it's going to be very, very expensive to treat clean water for drinkable standards, okay, so that you feel comfortable. So managing the effluent is very, very important if you want to do reuse and managing this new emerging contaminants is very key. And our program is looking at that stuff, etc. And we see that, water quality is a security issue in Limpopo. It's not the quantity. I mean, we know what the quantity situation is. But if you don't have that, if you have a concentrated, quantity of very bad quality water, you have huge problems. So this is where we're focusing in terms of understanding the primary, the secondary, the tertiary impacts, and our research is going in that direction. I'm not going to go into this, but the CECs are both chemical and new pathogens, because with AMR, etc., they also affect the power of antibiotics to kind of kill some of those living pathogens, etc., and they mutate. So we get a new one, and we have to find out and how we manage it. So a whole lot of issues that are changing. But like I said, that this is an important and a key area for us, and rural populations are more vulnerable because the urban populations, it's easier to manage because we have very central systems that we control in terms of treatment. In rural areas, there's more dispersed supply of water, and that makes it more challenging to ensure high quality, high assurance water supply. We're setting up a knowledge hub. Please get access to it. It's going to be a one-stop shop of understanding water quality issues and those of emerging concern, with a lot of information, data and people's research from around the world and in the WRC and locally. Like I said, we already have lots of resources available for so many of the academic centers. You can use a lot of the WRC guidelines to create training programs for this region. You don't have to go and reinvent the wheel. I mean, these are high quality stuff. They're using it in Thailand and in India, etc. We don't use it in South Africa. That's the irony. So please, don't underestimate the quality of our work that comes out of the Commission and elsewhere. So in closing, I just want to say that we can strengthen the issue of water security, health, and resilience in the Limpopo province if we work together, collaborate, doing joint research work around water reuse and CECs, driving more pilot and scale innovation of treatment technologies. Sir, we don't validate, we don't approve any technologies, we're not mandated to do that. But we can give scientific advisories if you pay for it. So create a budget in Limpopo province that enables us, because we use our academic network and laboratories. And if we can strengthen those centers and test centers, etc., with infrastructure, then your job will become much cheaper and easier to get that good advice from the system. Yeah, so I'm saying that be part of the WRC water quality community of practice. It's important as we going into this very new, exciting area of activities. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Let us give him another round of applause, Mr. Bergwan. Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Bergwan, for sharing with us, the wisdom around how to improve the efficiency, in delivery of water, as well as the water quality management, as well as how to handle, the risk usage of water. So thank you so much for that. As we move ahead, we are going to call upon Dr. Peja to come and share with us as well what he has. In Venda, they always say, a visitor that doesn't have luggage is the one that actually has a lot in his mouth. So let's give him a round of applause.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, Prof. Mbulana. And I stand on the same protocol To be honest, since morning, every speaker has spoken about climate change. So probably if it was not a monster, I would say that would have made my work easier. So I'll talk to the presentation in a practical way so that where we see a diagnosis immediately, a solution should be made possible, or feasibility of such a solution. I'm ready. Yes, I can see it, but are you able to see it here? Yes. Okay, all right. Thank you very much once again. I thought I was going to be able to see it here as well. Climate change poses a big threat on water resources. Yes, and development. And evidence has shown a record increase in extreme events and disasters. And this affect water, different water-linked sectors. So all these affected sectors have an important role to play in responding to climate change, adapting to climate change, and building resilience. And research plays a crucial role in giving them a guideline and direction in terms of responding to these atrocities of climate change. The projected change in climate over the next 8 years shows, especially for this region of the country, a drastic decline in water availability, despite the fact that the province has been water scarce in terms of long-term historical climatology. And this is also characterized by a warming, projected increase, continuous increase in terms of the temperatures, which make life more difficult. If you zoom into the province, you see that in both different maps, looking at the current situation, the map to my right shows the projected change in precipitation from 2006 to 2035, and the ones below 2066 to 2095. All shows a drastic decline in annual precipitation, while on the other side it shows the increase in the severity of droughts that will be experienced going into the future. And this work, which I've just shown now, and the next slide, I've extracted a representative from University of Limpopo, talked about a scenario, project on scenarios, future scenarios for water use and its impact in development in Limpopo. So this work is extracted from it. So you see that while we're saying that this decline in temperature, different scenarios, 10th percentile, 50th, and 90th percentile, show you how it will affect your water availability and stream flow. And then historically, you see that from many years ago, the intensity of drought has been experiencing, and also how it affects different land uses, land covers. So now, within this, development and planning continues. So now, if I zoom into Musina Makato, a special economic zone, you would see that a nice to have industrial development has been projected and forecasted and planned. But while the feasibility of water would not support that type of development, even though it will spark a good economic growth for the province. So the outcomes of such research helps us in looking for solutions that will support that type of a development, alternatives. And then, but this region, Southern Africa, if you look at the past 60 years, how the dry season have been alternating with wet seasons. So you see the behavior of drought. You know, we've experienced them where the brown maps wherein that season drought has been experienced throughout the whole region equally, and then the other season, if you look at number 12, it's almost wet, the whole region. And then you have got a polar situation wherein the southern part is more drier or more wetter. So also we have profiled on how this, the ability to recover from this drought. Then you can see on the lower bar below, from the 1970s up until more recently, you'll see that early from 50s up until mid-70s, recovery after drought was higher because there were a higher amount of moisture received then. So you'll find that throughout season to season, then the recovery is more faster than it is today. When you look from the late 70s up until today, sometimes there's no recovery at all from drought for 4 years. Then you'll have all the rural livestock dying. And then the graphs on your left-hand side, your right-hand side shows a number of frequencies, number of times in which each pattern of drought has repeated itself in the past. So that should give you enough to plan. So going down to the practical actions, implications for resilience when we look at our sector, land use planning and all those water-linked sectors. The first disaster I'll talk to is, I'll repeat the one of dry, alternating dry and wet season. There's no, I would like to demonstrate. In terms of long-term climatology, you would know that they would describe the drought situation in terms of the 500 millimeter rainfall ISO height, in terms of how it moves during a dry season and the wet season. Then you'll know that during the dry season, it's shifted more to this side. What does this tell? The moisture is more on the western, the little moisture that they receive during that season is more on this side. When you receive, when you do agriculture, do dryland agriculture, you can still plant this side. But the rest, say for example, looking at the maize quadrangle, when you do a planting this side, you should have supplementary irrigation in case during the times where you experience a dry spell. So you can plan accordingly in that regard. But now, the same applies. This is the northeastern part of Limpopo province. You would know that during a wet season, the whole ranch, game ranches and livestock production in Lephalale up until the bigger part of Waterberg, then you'll know that productivity can be done. But dry season, you see here on the northern part, you need to sell, when they give you a 6 months warning for drought, you need to sell a greater amount of livestock so that then you can be able to buy fodder and sustain those genetic pool that you'll be remaining with. But the southern part, you'll see that is would be a little bit safer. If you go at the farm scale for cultivated crops, the same applies. So that was during the normal climatological planning. With climate change, it's even more difficult because you can no longer plan in the long term like that, because you would think that it's going to be wet, but only to find that no rains are forthcoming. And then this is just zooming down into Letaba catchment, and then you see, you quantify Earth observation technology to quantify the amount of land use change, land cover change over the years, and relate it to how that affect your water quantity and water quantity and quality. So you use the same satellite images to quantify those pollution parameters, your electrical conductivity, total dissolved solid, and so on, in a quicker way than when using the traditional technology. So you are able to quantify that. Then you know that this type of land uses makes so much damage to water quality or water availability, settlement expansion, and so on. So then, where possible, then you'll be able to address the sources of the problem, rather than to do the same thing again and again. And then when you look at your disasters, your floods, for example, one aspect can be your infrastructural response. You see how Mozambique is normally affected in during their season of tropical cyclones. A lot of water sweeps through the infrastructure and settlements here and do much damage and take everything to the ocean. What is possible if you think in a neighborly way, somewhere this side in Zimbabwe and South Africa, we lack that water. If you were to do an adaptive infrastructural response, then you build those infrastructure that would capture surplus water well in advance, to an extent where it will reduce risk for these areas. But that's a lot of investment. It can be faced for over decades, as long as it addresses issues of disasters and water security. So those water then can be treated for use in those neighboring countries. Like the same that is the alternative that is being done or proposed for the Munisina Makado Special Economic Zone. Those are the type of the interventions. But these extreme events are increasing very fast, at a faster rate. If you were to wait for 2040 before you could start to implement something like that, it will no longer be affordable. So it's best to see what is as risk and then decide implementing the the solutions now going into the future. The wetlands. Last season, some settlements in the Northwest Province, the villages, which have never seen floods before in more than 100 years, experienced floods because the local traditional leadership demarcated stands and in those wetland area, which were serving as a buffer for disasters. Then the people put infrastructure. The next rain season, then floods all over, something which was never seen before. So there's very big importance of this ecological infrastructure. And strategic water resources, I'll just move to the next one so that I talk to all of them at once. So you see the capacity in terms of our groundwater recharge. What is the capacity in terms of recharging the vis-a-vis our location of strategic water source areas and our groundwater potential. So those are these are tools which makes it important to plan such that the use of our groundwater as an alternative water sources can be sustainable and resilient. I'll go quickly on this one as well. Some other outcomes, a lot of this research outputs which can be used to for support decision making and planning, specific for extreme events. We have those indicating risk in different regions of the countries and what are the best approaches to deal with those, and all available on the WRC website. The impacts on weather, mega dam source areas, and the risk that is exacerbated by the projected change in climate, and also the thunderstorms. It even applies to aviation, where the traditional radar station cannot be able to pick up thunderstorms, so we use this nowcasting technology to pick that up. And the drought, El Nino, I'm not going to overemphasize it. Local level, at the local catchment level, local government level, and this one I've talked to it in detail. The nowcasting is the same, which I gave example on aviation. And then the focal area going into the future, it is important to give a bigger focus on regional and transboundary climate impacts and cooperative response, where 3 countries join hands to build a buffer to deal with floods, or how you respond to the prolonged season of droughts. And also then this is at the national level, and then at the local government level. I see the chairperson is not kind, so I'll just have to stop it here.
Thank you very much indeed, Dr. Pecha. Let's give him another round of applause. It is not that I'm not very kind, Doc. It's just that we are already behind on time, and I think we've seen it. It started from the other sessions, and it escalated to the last session. And it is important that we observe time, colleagues. If we are not going to observe time, we are going to sleep here. I'm sure that is something that we don't want. We are going to call upon the next presenter, Professor Mpandeti. Let's give him a round of applause. So when you see me standing up, it means you've got just 1 minute remaining. You've done it in 14 minutes.
Good afternoon, colleagues. As Program Director indicated, I'm Sylvester Mpandeti from Water Research Commission, and I'm also affiliated to the University of Venda, I think, for the past 13 years as one of the professors. My presentation, it's not loaded there. But I can start, my presentation is about building resilience in agriculture sector through water, energy, food nexus approaches. This is the flagship program we started 12 years ago. It was immediately after I joined Water Research Commission. We have done excellent work focusing on this water, energy, food nexus, but also linking it up with other water sensitive or climate sensitive sectors. Over and above that, the work that we have done sort of assisted us to really profile our work at a global level. Over and above that, I'm happy to say that there's been work that has been published, for example, by University of Pretoria, work that has been analyzed by Water Research Commission, and also analyzed by other institutions at global level. Here's the good news. Colleagues who are contributing on this water, energy, food nexus are doing a great work. I'm saying this based on the fact that those analyses using a bibliometric system, you can copy it. It shows that there are 3 universities in South Africa who are contributing very interesting work on water, energy, food nexus, including University of Venda is one of the top 10. Including University of Venda, University of Johannesburg, and University of KwaZulu-Natal. University of Venda is ranked number 10. This is really good news. It's ranked number 10 at global level. Don't get me wrong. I'm not talking about national or district level. And this is because of the work that has been done by Water Research Commission together with our key strategic partners. And I'm not going to claim credits alone. This is a teamwork because we are working with 16 partners at global level. Where we are now, we have done analysis, metrics, indicators, case studies, and so on. We have even managed to establish the Water Energy Food Nexus Masterclass and Water Energy Food Nexus Winter School. Last week we were at the University of Northwest. I'm just waiting for him to load. I will speed up my presentation. This shows that, I mean, South Africa is amongst the top 10 countries that is pushing water, energy, food nexus. If you want evidence, I've got those scientific papers. And we are saying this based on the fact that when Water Research Commission started this program, it addresses cross-cutting issues. The portfolio that I manage at Water Research Commission, it's a cross-cutting. The theme is called water use, which means that all water-sensitive sectors are part of this program, including agriculture, sanitation, local government, water supply, and so on. And we are doing this so that, I mean, we shouldn't take the linear approach when we are driving our research and development and innovation activities. Over and above that, gone are the days wherein we'll focus on a linear research. We are trying to break the silo mentalities considering the biophysical and socio-economic challenges that we are facing, including climate change, population increases, migration of people from rural to urban areas. And, oh, okay, here it is now. So this is my presentation. I'm not going to repeat the title again, but oh, okay, I need to. Okay, this slide, it shows the high climate variability and change that we are facing. I mean, it's not only in South Africa or in the region or on the continent, but at global level. And it means that we need to come up with various adaptation strategies in order for us to counteract whatever natural vagaries that we are facing. And the reason why I'm raising this is based on the fact that we do believe that water, energy, food nexus is the way to go. This is what we need to do if we would like to address national priorities, if we would like to address sustainable development goals. And we are linking this water, energy, food nexus story with mostly goal number 2, goal number 6, and goal number 7. That's how we have started. But now we have decided to link with other goals, that is with climate change, capacity development, and so on. So as a result of that, our argument is that we need to make sure that, we address issues related to food insecurity, energy insecurity, and so on. And we do believe that the fact that water, energy, food nexus, it takes care of the intersectoral linkages and the synergies and the trade-offs among those 3 sectors. This is the way to go in order for us to address the 3 big monsters that we are facing in the country: high unemployment rate, poverty, and inequality. We've been doing this, and some of our research output has been incorporated into the United Nations program. The good news is that one of our local breed, who is the head of the United Nations University, Professor Marwala, he has initiated a program on water, energy, food nexus, which was launched last month at the University of Pretoria, focusing on water, energy, food nexus, which is a good thing for us. The other thing that we'd like to highlight is the fact that we acknowledge the fact that before COVID, things were moving smoothly and SDG programs were being managed properly. But since COVID, we've got latest evidence which shows that there's a regression of 15%. And it's important to acknowledge the fact that COVID caught us off guard. We lost relatives, friends, and so on. And our life will never be the same again. If you look at all the issues that have been raised in this slide, you will realize that both the drivers that has been highlighted related to rapid urbanization, climate change, agriculture expansion, and population growth. And we need to understand the fact that how are we going to feed the 9 billion people that have been projected by 2050? How are we going to be able to generate energy, water, and so on? And we don't want unnecessary tension, which means that we cannot continue with the business as usual approach. We need to change the way we are doing things. And for us, we are saying nexus planning is the way to go, scenario planning, just energy transition. And by the way, I'm one of the chairs who are chairing the presidential PhD program. Some of you are aware about that program. It has got a budget of 1 billion, looking at the PhD program in the country in order for us to make sure that we move away from commodity-based economy towards knowledge-based economy. US, China has been doing that. For South Africa, I think we are leaning towards that direction. This is a very slide which shows water resource management in South Africa. I'm not going to go into details because I also need to make sure that I manage my time. That the key messages is the fact that these 3 sectors are interlinked. They create trade-offs, harmonization of activities, and the water, energy, food nexus, it assists us to minimize duplication of activities. Over and above that, if you look at the geographical location of University of Venda, and this is just a proposal Prof. Potgieter, University of Venda has got great opportunity to position itself in such a way that it can run its own activity or research niche, focusing on rural development and agricultural activities. And then we forget about other universities that are thinking at a global level, some of those ideas are unrealistic because the university is rural based and there are so many opportunities in order for us to address food security in the country. This slide, it shows the linear and monocentric approaches. You will see the advantage and the and disadvantage of the linear, and if you look at the secular or polycentric approaches, because the whole idea is to make sure that all these water-sensitive sectors work together and making sure that they communicate amongst themselves. And we also need to look at activities that are taking place on the other side. Over and above that, we need to make sure that we address all our activities in an integrated manner. Again, these slides, it shows the need for policy coherence, because one of the things that we are trying to do at Water Research Commission is to make sure that we generate research outputs or knowledge that will assist policy makers to be able to develop policies, strategies, plans based on the scientific evidence. It's not only related to policy. We also have got team from South Africa that is negotiating climate change issues at the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. I was part of that team for 10 years. But the bottom line is that in order for South Africa to develop a very strong, concrete position, that position should be influenced by latest science, which means that we need community of practice, we need academic institutions in order to make inputs so that, when we go and negotiate at global level, we have a clear understanding to say these are the socio-economic and the biophysical challenges that we are facing in the country. Don't want to negotiate based on the essay. This slide, it just shows how the path that we have created. And I must say that since we have started this water, energy, food, nexus story, a lot of international organizations and even local institutions are coming on board to say, you guys, you are on the right path. You need to make sure that, you push the sustainable development agenda. That is why, as I'm talking to you now, there are agricultural colleges in the country that have requested WRC guidelines and manuals to be incorporated into the agriculture colleges curriculum. We have also even established the National Diploma in Irrigation Management, the first diploma that was established by Brown Agriculture College. Last week, Water Research Commission was requested to be part of the advisory team at Fort Cox Agriculture College in Eastern Cape. You could see that, the products that we are generating needs to address the industrial needs, needs to make sure that we capacitate our students so that at the end of the day, when they go out there, they will be able to compete at a global level. The other issue that I would also like to highlight is the fact that integration or nexus approach is the way to go, considering the fact that the economies of various countries, it's really shaking. We know that government does not have enough financial resources, and the fiscal wallet is shrinking day by day, which means that we need to tighten up the belt and also making sure that the research needs that we're driving needs to address issues on the ground. The university is just situated next to the local and the district municipalities. And I've heard that they are planning to establish city in whatever, 2040 or 2050. But that, such kind of initiatives need everybody to be involved so that, we take inclusive decision. And the university is there, not besides teaching or empowering students, is there to advise them to say, maybe this is not possible, you need to wait, or maybe you need to change the way you are doing your activities. I've decided to put these slides for specific reasons. If you look at the slides on my, the picture the cell phone picture. This is the app that was developed by Water Research Commission together with our key strategic partner, CSIR. I'm happy that the deputy chairperson of the board is here. And this app system has won the global award because it assists farmers to be able to save water, to save nutrients, and also to save energy. And farmers are using this for irrigation scheduling activities. It's mostly used by big commercial farmers because we have got a very good working relationship with various commodity groups in the country. The slide on my far left with the drone technology. We use this drone technology to engage primary school kids to demonstrate to them that, agriculture activities is not about carrying a hand hoe and go to the field. You can run the whole value chain sitting in your office without worrying by going to the field. Yes, it's necessary to go to the field and do a verification. But this is very, very important. And those kids are very, very happy when they see various technologies. The drone technology is there outside with colleagues from University of KwaZulu-Natal. And we also use this drone to check the water availability, especially within the canal system, and also looking at the water quality in various irrigation schemes. It is our duty to make sure that, we complement the fourth industrial revolution as an organization. Conclude my story, I see the chairperson is already up there. The whole idea is to make sure that in order for us to sustain our natural resources, we need to adopt the water energy food nexus. But over and above that, we have got the responsibility to push transformative and circularity approaches. And we do believe that at academic institutions are there, local government departments are there. We need to make sure that, we also address the science policy interface if we want to make changes on the ground. I'm not going to spend time because the chair is already stood up, but these are some of the, these are some of the research outputs that we have generated. You will see that University of Venda is also there. We are doing this so that, we compete with other countries at global level, and also making sure that we strengthen this argument to say, based on the fact that we are facing threat posed by climate change and the fact that, the greenhouse gas emissions creating havoc in terms of, the intensity and the frequency of drought and floods, we need to make sure that, we move away from this commodity-based economy towards knowledge-based economy. And I do believe that it's you and I who can be able to change the situation on the ground. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Prof. Mpanderi, for sharing with us that very important information. Let us give him another round of applause. Yeah, obviously because of time constraints, I see there's a lot of information from the presenters' presentations, from the first one even up until now. So I would like to ask the organizers to share the presentation slides with the audience here, because there's a lot of information that we are actually missing. In that line, I want to call upon the next presenter, Dr. Vimba. You will see that I'm not mentioning where they come from because they are all coming from WRC. Welcome, sir. Let us welcome him.
Thanks very much, Program Chair, and good afternoon to you all. Protocol observed. I feel embarrassed that I seem to be an outlier of all the presenters because I don't have any project with the University of Venda, neither do I have projects with the University of Limpopo, but I will reflect on some of the research that we have done, which I think could appeal to you so that maybe you get a sense of what this research portfolio focuses on. Maybe the first two slides would actually focus on the focus areas, just to give you a reflection of what to focus if one really wants to have research hosted under this research portfolio. The first slide, it's something that you are quite familiar with regards to the water use by economic sectors. But the message that I would want to drive there is not really about the water footprint. I would want to emphasize the pollution that comes from the two key sectors, that is the municipal domestic use as well as the industrial sector, which contribute to about 86% and 89% of the waste generated within the overall water sector. And as a result, managing water within these sectors, it's a bit of a complex kind of situation, which requires a holistic and integrated approach. And in that regard, the way we have structured the focus area is to promote water use efficiency, where we would want to do less, we would want to do more with less, so that we sort of offset the water demand and also reduce the waste that gets generated in the process, and try to accelerate fit for purpose use rather than always trying to treat water to potable standards. You can identify the various uses that you can actually apply that particular stream, and also driving integrated wastewater resource recovery, which will sort of improve the use of contaminated water in other areas. Then also supporting sustainable mine closure, whereby we would want to address the economic, social, and environmental challenges associated with mine closure. Tied to that is also the just energy transition, where we focus on the green hydrogen economy, where the country has to transition to that new economy. It's an unstoppable trend, and there is nothing that we can do to stop that, so we just have to support it. And with regulation, actually cutting across all those particular aspects. Those are the focus areas for those that would be interested to submit proposals under this particular portfolio. Now I'll just go into some examples. I think most of the people here are interested in examples of projects that have been completed. With regards to municipal wastewater management, I struggled because the volume of knowledge that has been developed by the Water Research Commission over the years is huge. It's very difficult to actually reflect on that within such a short space of time. So I just zoomed into literature that has been put together from 1985 to 2010. Never mind the 2010 cutoff date, we are updating that so that we can cover what has been developed beyond 2010. You will see that there are various resources in various knowledge categories that are available, with more than 300 resources that are available to you, considering the discussion that we had in the morning with regards to failure of municipalities, with regards to wastewater services, the green drop. There is the knowledge. It's not a question of availability of knowledge and uptake, but the problem lies elsewhere. Even what was presented by Melissa from WISA, 95% of the training courses that we have under WISA, they are informed by knowledge that has been developed by the Water Research Commission. So there is always a pathway of that knowledge to find its way to capacitated municipalities. I must reiterate that. I think sometimes we need to understand what we are trying to address. Providing innovation, strengthening technical capability from the research that has been done by the University of Free State, that only addresses 20 to 30% of the problem. The 70 and 80% of the problem lies elsewhere, and I'm happy that Jay actually mentioned the reforms that are coming. That's where we need to actually sort out the governance issues. Corruption and financial mismanagement constitute 60 to 70% of the problem within municipalities, and we sort of try to avoid the elephant in the room when we have these particular discussions. Right, in terms of projects that we have implemented elsewhere, which also can appeal in this particular province, suppose you've got the water, we have demonstrated productive, profitable, and safe use of mining influenced water, demonstrating that there are minimum environmental impacts, and this has been done just next door in Mpumalanga at Mafue. This is a project at scale where we are irrigating 19 hectares. And if you look at that particular table, you can actually see that we can productively use mining influence water versus dryland agriculture, whereby the tonnage per hectare really which you actually get from using mining influence water, it's more than what you get from dryland. Same applies with the profit that you make. Where you make a loss when you do dryland irrigation, you always make a profit when you are using mining influence water. Where you make a profit in both situations, you will always realize that using mining influence water, you even get an even higher profit. So this is something that has been demonstrated over a period of 8 seasons. And when it comes to safe use of mining influence water, because the food safety, suppose you are irrigating feed crops, we have sort of compared with various international standards, national, to see really whether there is potential for uptake of these particular contaminants, and we have realized that using that mining influence water, it's always safe. And this has sort of resulted in the development of the technical guidelines that needs to be used to guide those that would want to scale up, as well as to guide the Department of Water and Sanitation with regards to a licensing process. We had a training with the Department of Water and Sanitation on the 26th of June, so that we could assist them to institutionalize the guidelines so that they can become part of their water use license, because the stagnation at the moment is that DWS, when they are confronted with submission for irrigating with mining influence water, they cannot make a decision because they have not taken up the knowledge that has been developed under the guidelines. And we're in a process of ensuring that that knowledge gets institutionalized within the department as the custodian of the water authorization process. Now, we also have got other knowledge tools like the South African Mine Water Atlas, which is critical. It appeals to the whole country. This one sort of maps the decision context for the intersection of mining and water resources, so that you do your mining responsibly. You understand that when you do your mining operations, you don't operate closest to your strategic water resources so that you don't compromise them. This one, it's a tool that sort of assists decision makers, even the mining operators themselves, so that they will do the mining responsibly. They will understand areas that they will need to avoid. There was a map that Brilliant showed earlier on with the strategic water sources. Those areas really have to be avoided. As far as mining is concerned, we need a balance. Economic growth coming out of mining, as well as also having sustainable water resources that are not compromised. Then another tool that is a recent development is the South African Mine Closure Risk and Opportunity Atlas. This sort of supports mine closure, so that is done in a sustainable manner. It's different from the previous one. It was 230 operating mines, 360 mining communities. What we have added to this one, rather than focusing on the environmental and economic aspects of closure, we've also added the social dimension, because it's the communities that live around the mines that get impacted when a mine closes. So we need to understand really what happens beyond closure and come up with new economic activities post-mining. 73 processing plants, 212 tailing dams. You've got information on land and agriculture, more importantly, your water resources, biodiversity, renewable energy potential, as well as infrastructure that include energy and transport. So it's a very comprehensive tool which you can access from your laptop, from your phone, from your desktop. What you just need to do is to be in a position to actually get into the link that I have provided there, and you'll be in a position to navigate through the atlas and get the relevant information that really will relate to your situation. It can be used by community members, mining houses, decision makers, all stakeholders can actually interact. And whenever you come across something that you would want to be improved on the atlas, you can actually send some feedback information which we can receive on the back end of things and improve on that. So it sort of provide all the operating mines as color-coded by commodity, and what is important, it shows you likelihood of closure, so that there is preparedness for that closure in terms of post-economic activity, the impact on the environment, the impact on the community, so that we prepare for that. There is also examples in terms of the industrial side of things, where we have sort of documented water and wastewater management for 18 industries, and some of the industries that I have there as an example, you might find them here in Limpopo. These are industry major water users across the country. So we need to understand how much water do they use, how much waste do they generate, and this has been done and completed in 2023, and those reports are available. What we have observed over a period of 30 years is that the specific water intake for these various industries has sort of improved due to adoption of best practice, new innovations in the processing, but the wastewater generation has sort of deteriorated, which is something of concern because that's where our poor water quality of the water resources come. And in terms of utilization of those reports, it has been used by the Department of Water and Sanitation to update the industry, mining and power generation sector, water conservation and water demand management strategy, including the developed implementation plan, which all of us have to feed into, and the industrial water balance tool developed by DWS in partnership with the Danish. The Danish actually praised those reports as intelligence reports that provided them with the relevant information that would guide them in terms of water use within various industries. And then in terms of uptake, there is this one example that I would want to refer to on the industrial side of things, which is based on the recovery from brewery effluent using high-rate algal ponding and constructed wetlands technologies to harness nutrient potential that is locked in the effluent. It is based on the research that was done by Roadshow University, focusing on aquaculture, hydroponic, algal biomass production and agriculture, where from their brewery effluent, they have sort of now implemented Project Papaya, a 2,000 square meter hydroponic farm for spinach production using treated brewery effluent. And this is being done by surrounding communities in Tepeka at the South African brewery. So this is just sort of demonstrating the uptake of some of the research that is developed by the Water Research Commission by industry, which is a very difficult space to actually achieve such kind of uptake. So in terms of further reading and more resources, you can click that link that is at the bottom. You'll get more information. What I've just outlined is what I call the tip of the iceberg. So, iceberg. So with further reading, you can get more information that can sort of give you more knowledge. And those that would want to apply under this particular portfolio also get a sense of the nature of projects that we have been funding over the years. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Even for presenting within the stipulated time. Thank you so much for the wisdom that you have shared with us. We appreciate it. Let us give him another round of applause. As we continue, we want to call upon Mr. Majeke also to come and share with us the ideas around sanitation option for sustainable access. Platform is yours. Okay, let us encourage you.
All right, good afternoon. I know energies are slightly a bit low now, so I'm tempted to say, can we stand up and just take a seat so that at least, I don't know, maybe we'll get some energy as you stand up. Okay. Yeah, just shift a bit and yeah, all right. Then you can take your seat. All right, thank you so much. I see others didn't even stand up, so maybe they're saying that, you know what, they still have energy. Okay, so I will be talking to you about some of the alternative sanitation options that, as the Water Research Commission, we have been piloting through one of the technology accelerator program within the Water Research called SASTEP, which stands for South African Sanitation Technology Enterprise Program. So that is my presentation outline. We'll just, I think I won't go through the challenges because much has been said. I'll talk to you through I think, let me use this. All right, let me use the mic. So I will also talk to you through some of the technologies that through the program we've been piloting. and then also some of the models that we worked with, and then lastly, some lessons and some of the tools that we have developed. I'm sure most of us are already suffering from information fatigue already from all these presentations. So just bite what you can bite. All right, so just bite what you can bite and then do your best. Okay, I'll skip through this slide quickly, but it just shows the state of no or inappropriate sanitation systems in Limpopo, which is at the highest. Actually is the number one in terms of no and inappropriate. It sits at 44% in Limpopo, which is not quite good, and I think it's confirmed by even other reports here. This was from the DWS National Sanitation Integrated Plan, which was updated by 2023. So you can see even along the whole value chain, it's a red in terms of sanitation. So we are not doing well. And all these factors, as they've been spoken to, makes the situation worse and compound the problems that we have. So now the Water Research Commission has pioneered this program to try to have multiple options of technologies alongside the whole value chain to provide sanitation services as well, looking at various options that are there. So with the funding from the Department of Science and Innovation and Technology, as well as the Gates Foundation, so we were really looking at sanitation to say, can we change and look at sanitation in a different context, and so that then from there, instead of just only having bulk sanitation, which is our flushing systems, which are more suitable in the urbans and spaces, and only having a hole in the ground as another option, let us have more options in between so that different settlements can be serviced through such technologies. So the portfolio of the some of the innovations that the program is piloting includes what we call full recycle toilet systems or closed loop systems. We call them water efficient sanitation systems or non-sewer sanitation. Most of them are communal systems, also which treats also gray water and black water, and also low flush front end systems. Most of us, if we use the toilet today out there, we just polluted a certain amount of water. We contributed to the pollution today. So if we can pollute less, we can treat less. Okay, it's a good way to wake some people up as well. So we do also test sludge beneficiation technologies and also other decentralized systems that may not fit into some of those categories, basically. So we are trying to say, let's relook at sanitation in a different way to try to mine some of the nutrients that are within there. And some of the target areas actually that could be looked at is commercial buildings, schools, remote sites, new developments as well, where it's not feasible for bulk. Just to mention as well, these innovations are complementing what we already have, are not replacing what we have, because it's the same Water Research Commission that has done great and brilliant work, which Prof. Zvimba now was just touching on some of the research on the bulk wastewater treatment works. So this is the demonstration platform for SASTEP, and we are demonstrating in various spaces in the schools where we work with the Department of Basic Education. We're given 12 schools to pilot some of our innovations there, including 6 of them. And then the Department of Basic Education through TMT has piloted or taken up some of these innovations after walking that journey with them of piloting in some of the schools. And we also do pilot in the informal settlement, because that's where also some of the services are not there, or even how they are formed, you are not able to provide waterborne sanitation. So we are working with Joburg Water, eThekwini, City of Cape Town to pilot some of those as well. And mostly actually are in operation. It's just a few in Cape Town that are still under construction. And I'm glad that the Guyane team rural scale climate resilient program, through that program, we're able to pilot some innovations as well together with the local municipality through that Guyane climate resilience program that was referred to earlier on. So that's some of the nearest sites. You can come and see some of these innovations as well. So we are looking also at sludge to try to convert the sludge into value-add products rather than being sludge polluting our resources as well. So this is just a slide through some of the category of innovations that we have piloted. Like as I said now, if you flushed today, you used maybe 6 to 12 liters, you polluted 6 to 12 liters. And I want you to think about it. You can pollute 2 liters to 3 liters in the near future if you use these water efficient systems, toilet systems. And of course, there are some of them encourage grey water reuse, as you can see, the pedestal with this African style. As you wash your hands there, you can reuse the grey water again for flushing. And this actually results in less volume being treated as well for going to the wastewater or the plant. The second category is what we call full recycling toilet systems or water efficient sanitation systems, which are non-sewered. And the difference amongst them is the type of treatment process that it undergoes for it to treat the water to fit for purpose quality. In this case, in most cases, it's flushing. Like I say, you pollute that water, it's easier to clean it on site and reuse it on site. And we don't even have water, so this is one of the game-changing thinking on mindset that we are encouraging as the Water Research Commission. So these are closed-loop systems. They use, like here, they use in this building here or in this place here, you can just have one system that keeps on recirculating like that. And you can set them up off-grid. They don't consume a lot of energy, and even pair them up with solar. I mean, have solar as a backup or the grid as a backup, whichever way. And there are some standards that these are also designed with. So these are some of the sludge beneficiation technologies which we are working with at Tekwini to try to convert some of the sludge into value-add products. We just commissioned one of them, LADEPA, and we are going to share the results also with the sector so that we can also allow the private sector or encourage private sector, because municipalities are to provide water and sanitation, but now when it goes to now energy and this type of, so we can also say encourage private sector to come and do such projects as well. So we also do test alternative sanitation delivery models. So these interesting projects, we also are working with the city of, eThekwini municipality, with the UKZN, as well as the private company that we are funding to test this model called Kalula. So we initially piloted 5 holes to say if we were to package sanitation in a more way that is a bit nice and, like SABC versus DSTV. So in this case, you see that alongside the basic sanitation services that eThekwini was offering in terms of communal ablution blocks, then you offer this in informal settlement. So you rent that service, you pay a certain amount per month. So we asked, for 3 months, we put up 5 systems, and then we asked how much will you be willing to pay to the communities out there. They said 350 to 250. So then we went to get more funding to try to put up a bit more. Then we noticed that within the first 6 months, about 100 people have subscribed to such, and they are saying the reason is that it's comfort, safety, they can access it at any time, and cleanness. And we know that in most cases, most of our communal systems or public systems are not in a good state. And that is some of the challenges. So that told us actually that people can be willing to pay for services if you package them in a way that is nice and in a way that is appealing to them. So these are some of the tools that we have developed through the program. So if you want to pilot some few of these innovations, there's a guideline there, and we run some of this training through some of the trainings related to the standard that are related to some of these innovations. And then we have developed what we call Sani Select system, which basically, if you were to select a sanitation technology, what are the key things to consider in advance? You don't, now you look at the whole value chain. You don't say, because some people deal with disposal, some people deal with containment. So, but if you look at the overview, you have to choose, like for example, if you want to reuse urine to fertilizer, then you choose a front end or a toilet that does urine diversion. You don't think about it later after you have implemented. So it helps you to conceptualize in mind what you actually have in mind. Then from there you can even select technologies based on your objectives as well. So tomorrow I'm going to talk about procurement processes, so let me park that for tomorrow. And then cost comparison tool for these systems compared to other conventional systems that are there, which it's a spreadsheet that you can put into and put your own even figures there if you don't also agree with the figures that would have used there, to just do a quick comparison of some of the systems compared to what you have. So lessons learned from demonstrations is that actually informal settlement, we've been demonstrating in informal settlements and mostly in schools, so the laws are very high and very variable there, and people sometimes they put other things that are not supposed to be put there. And as we have experienced also with the bulk, we find even other things that I don't want to talk about now in our water supply or in our wastewater treatment works, inlet works. And also the hydraulics is very important in terms of, like, if you were to provide a whole lot of water, where we are demonstrating in eThekwini, they provide showering and provide for showering as well as washing. So that produces a lot of water to be dealt with as well, or to be managed. But in Cape Town, they prefer to say, no, we just want to wash our hands only, use the basin only, not even provide the other options. And of course, user behaviors are very important. People need to be consulted and spoken to, and with regards to that they own the systems that they've given to us. And some of the systems are being optimized, of course, with the support of the UKZN. We are working on a call now to also work on the grey water, because it's the other part that we need to deal with as well. So what we have also noticed is that we need to educate our communities in terms of change. Like, for example, most of us didn't take a 2-minute shower today. How many of us took a 2-minute shower? Wow, congratulations. So user behavior, a minute, wow, great. So user behavior is very important. So as much as there's innovations, we also need to change as well. So I see myself there, not the slides. Okay, so this is the template that we advise based on our experience. My slide has disappeared here, sorry. So in terms of water supply, it's a once-off. So because you keep recycling like that, it's a once-off. You can use borehole, rainwater, river, or municipal water. Once off, then keep recycling. And after a year or two, depending on the use, then you come and top it up. Then we also encourage to use this front-end, water-efficient front-end systems that are 2 liters per flush maximum, especially that you don't drive. If they are decentralized like that in the vicinity, you don't need a lot of water to pump through to long distances as well, which may be a challenge with the bulk. And of course, I spoke about the back-end system that are closed loop, and they help someone to have a waterborne sanitation in the area where there is no water or there's water scarcity. And we encourage someone to have a recycle tank where you can store the water, then reuse for flushing as well, not to just directly take it from final to reuse in the pollution facilities. Okay, so also the other thing is that we try to work with these technologies to produce low sludge, because currently sludge is already a problem. How you manage sludge is also a challenge. So some of them produce low sludge such that now you can handle it on site. So as I'm about to finish now, the DWS has looked at, revised their norms and standards, which Jay spoke to a portion of the licensing. But with regards to water efficient sanitation systems, it mentions that actually every WSA now needs to consider them in high, medium, and low density or sparse settlement or new developments in the near future as well. And then also it mentions that actually they need to follow the SANS 3500 and other related standards as they implement some of those things. So this is gazetted, meaning that there is policy support from national for you to uptake some of these innovations as well. In fact, there's a workshop by the DG coming up on the 8th of September to discuss with the developers some of these systems as well. So DWS as well as SALGA has formed what we call Water Partnerships Office to prepare standard programs in terms of water reuse, non-revenue water, and the likes. And one of them is what we call water efficient sanitation systems, which focus on non-sewer sanitation, and they will be looking at various models that you can finance and uptake or even scale up some of this work that we have been done through the Water Research Commission. The good news also is that the province has taken up some of the innovations. I'm glad Lepelle Northern Water are here, so and the municipalities that are represented here or other people who can uptake some of these innovations. So through TMT, Ludani Primary School has received one of these systems. As you can see, the solar there and the system. And the system is just next to the toilet, next to the classrooms. It's not smelling. It means that actually it's already telling you a message there for it to be just next to the classrooms like that. And if you want to visit, I'm sure you can organize to visit some of this. So it's in Ludani Primary School, somewhere here around Venda, I think. That was my last slide. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Majeke. A nice presentation, giving us a lot of information around sanitation. So we appreciate it. Let us acknowledge him again. Our last presenter for this session, Mr. Dini, is here to share with us how to fill the gaps in the scarce skills for water governance, research, and development. Welcome, sir. Let us give him a round of applause.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Good afternoon, colleagues. The end is near. I feel just the way you do. I only have 7 slides, Program Director, so I'm hoping I won't even get to 15 minutes. What I'd like to touch on, we've heard a bit about governance today. I think several of the speakers have touched on it as among some of the drivers of the problems that we're seeing. I think Jay went as far as calling much of the water crisis a crisis of governance. What I've seen in my portfolio dealing with water governance in the WRC is that a big part of the issues around governance is whether we actually have the skills. So I'm not talking about technical skills. I'm not talking about the process controllers. Is this still alive? It's dying. I'm not talking about the process controllers and things that that Melissa spoke about. I'm talking about the actual skills for high-level governance. And where we find ourselves and actually what we need to do. And what I'll do is I'll bring in a couple of examples around the 2 universities in Limpopo. So by way of a problem statement, we have an underrepresentation of some key skills and disciplines in water governance research. So to touch on the kind of research community of practice, what we don't see a lot of when it comes to water governance research is skills like political science or the policy sciences, public policy analysis, monitoring and evaluation of policy in order to improve policy and how it's implemented, even looking at the implementation of policy. Because one thing we do know is that we're very good at writing policy, but how good are we at implementing and learning as how we go in how we implement that policy? Even just, what they used to call public administration in the old days, some of those kind of basic skills. And I think what's important is when we talk governance, a lot of us think about the statutory environment. We think about the National Water Act and the Water Services Act and the local government legislation that governs water services. But when it comes to water resources, there's also customary aspects around governance of water resources. From time immemorial, long before the colonialists arrived, people were managing their water resources, and there were systems in place for doing that. The Constitution recognizes that. So when we talk about governance, we also need to think about, all the way along the spectrum, not just what we read in the government gazette, but all the way through to some of those more customary approaches that are still used to this day to manage water resources. This is a piece of work that we commissioned. It's a bit out of date now. It's probably 5 years out of date, but I think it's still a good reflection on the publications on water governance over a period of 19 years, from 1990 to 29 years. So this is literature that's been published on water governance in South Africa. So it could be published outside of South Africa, but it's about South Africa. And it includes formal academic literature as well as, less formal WRC reports, for example. And what you can see there is that, we've got a good representation of disciplines involved in that space. So we've got a good mix of disciplines. I mean, what you can see is it's quite natural science dominated, which is interesting, because when we talk about governance, we often think about more the social sciences. So, perhaps it is a reflection there of something that's not quite right. But what we also see is that 14% of the authors of all those publications over those 29 years accounted for 47% of the number of papers. So what we see is that a very small community of researchers that are involved. We're not broadening the base here. We're also seeing a lot of international researchers, which is not a bad thing necessarily. It shows just how interested people are in water governance in South Africa, given our history and what we tried to do in 1998 with the National Water Act. But it also does influence the research agenda, because often they come with their own funding, which allows them to look at what's of interest to them, not necessarily what's of priority to us. So let me switch a little bit to water law to get a bit more specific as a kind of subset around governance. We did a similar exercise a couple of years back where we said to a research team, please go and quantify for us how big is the community of practice around building research and capacity for water law. So very specifically for water law in the country. We want to know who these people are, which universities are these, where are the needs, where are the gaps. And the results were quite interesting. We only have 9 universities that offer specific water law courses. So I'm not talking about water law that might get woven into other things like environmental law or administrative law. We're talking about very specific focused water courses. And of those, only 2 are at master's level. But I think what's quite significant is that one of those is at the University of Limpopo. And there they look very specifically at the interplay between water and agriculture at a fairly senior postgraduate level. And I think for me, it was, when I was preparing this and doing the homework, I actually hadn't registered this stuff before, even though I had managed this project. And I'm just wondering, to what extent we are not utilizing these types of opportunities that are there. The other one that's even more unique than Limpopo is right here at the University of Venda. It's the only university in the country that brings customary water management into any of its teaching around water. So we have one course at one university in the country that actually steps foot into the customary water governance space. It's at undergrad level, but I don't think that's neither here nor there. And again, I think what kind of untapped opportunities are there, that given that this is a very unique offering that's presented here that no one else is presenting. What the research team also found is that universities are very good at training water lawyers or water scientists, but they're not good at training people who can kind of listen to them. So water lawyers have to have some understanding of the technicalities. And it certainly can't hurt for water scientists to be a bit more water law literate as well. And what we're seeing is that because those happen in different faculties, different disciplines, often those disconnects are quite obvious. So that's one of the big challenges that we're still struggling with. And we often see that in the quality of the arguments that are made in court. And often, I have to say, unfortunately, it's why our Department of Water and Sanitation often ends up losing cases in courts that it should otherwise have won. And I think a lot of it has to do with the quality of the arguments that are being made in court, the ability to weave the law and the science together. So one of the big things that came out of the study was to say there's a huge gap when it comes to skills development for government officials around water law. Understanding the law, being able to implement the law in a way that achieves the results and doesn't get you into trouble around all kinds of unintended consequences. And that we're talking about all spheres. We're not just talking about national government, provincial government, which is focused more on the resource side. We're also talking about local government around the provision of water services. So again, you know, there are tremendous opportunities and unfulfilled potential that exists here. Speaking about the local level, there's also, you know, when we think about law, we often think about being on the side that's dispensing the law, but we're also all on the receiving side of law. So particularly for communities, individuals, landholders, land users, you know, what do you do when you know that you have certain rights that are enshrined in the Constitution, enshrined in law, but actually on the ground you're not receiving those rights, you know? So we know that you have the right to water, but when you turn that tap on and no water comes out, do you know what your options are? So we've also looked at you know, how communities can actually get the kind of tools that communities need to be able to activate those rights, to be able to engage with local government, if it comes down to it as a last resort, to actually have recourse to the courts to oblige government to actually provide the rights that they are entitled to. And this is a piece of work that I hope will develop, you know, we'll start to see this playing out over the next few years. We've done a lot of work together with a colleague, several colleagues in the WRC, because this cuts across all of us, is about looking at skills more generally. And there's a set of, I think there are 4 or 5 reports, there are only 2 that are there on the screen, that get into this. And they've analyzed every single university, the course offerings, how they touch on the different aspects of the water research, development and innovation roadmap. Where's good, where are the gaps, what are the needs, what are the opportunities. So when it comes to governance, what we're seeing is very few opportunities in the disciplines of, let me talk about the ones I'm interested in: social sciences, public administration, public health to some degree, but also the lack of collaboration between universities in actually addressing some of these gaps. So the way in which things could be tackled if they were done in less of a siloed way. But I think, you know, looking at the course offerings by the University of Venda, for example, there are short courses that are offered here around water quality management, around catchment management, around the issue of water use licensing, which is one of these like perennial issues that will always be a demand for, because there are always people who have to apply for licenses. And, you know, how can we use these existing offerings that might be there, but are perhaps not being leveraged to their full potential? And I think it's not just a question, you know, that I'm throwing out to everyone. I think it's a question that we as the WRC have to ask ourselves as well. So, Chair, my last slide, just some takeaways. I think the big question is, given these gaps that we have in building the skills for research into water governance and for water governance itself, are we actually making the full use of the offerings and the opportunities that we have there, looking at both undergraduate and postgraduate levels, to make sure that we are building experts, researchers, graduates who can actually take the law as it's written and turn it into something operationalizable. Maybe we need to look beyond the water sector. You know, we have political scientists who work in other sectors. You know, what does it take to attract them to come and share their experience and their expertise in our sector? They don't necessarily have to be water sectors. They can be political science. They don't have to be water experts. You know, we have the water experts, but maybe we need the political science expertise or the economics expertise or whatever the case may be. A good example is if we look at the electricity regulation framework now, NERSA and all of that, and where we're trying to go with water. You know, how do we bring that experience from the electricity, from the energy sector, into the way that we regulate, do economic regulation in water? A lot of skills are produced on a very supply-driven basis. So someone has an interest in doing some training, they put it out there and they hope that there's a market for it. But what about the demand for skills, and how do we make sure that these meet? And there are a couple of things that I'd just like to leave you with around what's driving a huge demand for skills at the moment. Possible opportunities that can be picked up in how we address some of these skills. One is the establishment of catchment management agencies. So we're now sitting in the Limpopo, the territory of the Limpopo Olifants Catchment Management Agency. They are almost functional. They have an acting CEO, but over the years to come, they will get more involved, and that brings with it a whole set of requirements, because what we'll find is that they'll do their business quite differently from the way that the DWS regional office that has been doing this work has been functioning. We also have changes happening around the way water is allocated. So I was speaking about those customary aspects, things like hybrid water law. How do we bring the statutory and the customary closer together? Looking at what happens when we take water away from the haves and give it to the have-nots. What are the consequences that we have to deal with there? How do we make sure that we keep everything else functioning as it should? And then the last thing that I'm not going to touch on, because I think a couple of my colleagues already have, is the reforms in the water services space. So the compulsory standards that Philip just spoke about, and the compulsory licensing of WSPs that Jay also spoke about. Because what those bring with it are a set of minimum competencies that these institutions must now have in order to meet those licensing requirements. And of course, that creates a huge demand for a set of skills that is needed to meet those competencies. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dini. Let's give him another round of applause. He was our last presenter for the session. And what we need to do now, I know that people plan around after looking at the program. So we've gone beyond 3 o'clock. So we don't want to go far beyond that. So what we are going to do will allow at least 2-3 questions, but not too many questions. And the rest of the questions, we are going to have tea break, and you can continue engaging with the presenters during the tea break. But for now, we can have the microphones moving around for questions. 2 to 3 questions.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you for the session. I'll be very short. Mine is perhaps maybe just a comment or input. And this is perhaps the presentations by Dr. Pecha, as well as the presentation on water and energy food nexus by Prof. Sylvester. My take is that we know that we have model projected uncertainties in rainfall data due to climate variability, especially over the eastern escarpment. But I also know that in the modeling world, there is some consensus and agreement that generally, yes, Southern Africa is going to get a bit drier. That we understand. Then there's also the issue around temperature, which is a bit straightforward. But on the water side of things, in terms of climate data and climate variability, I would suggest perhaps maybe between ourselves, the Water Research Commission, the Department of Water and Sanitation, and South African Weather Services, we sit around the table, have a strategic conversation around this particular issue, how we tackle the elephant in the room with regards to the issue of data in that particular space. Not a question per se, just an input from my side. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much appreciated. The next question, well, yeah, let me recognize We've got one there, and this is the last one. Unfortunately, Prof, we don't have enough time. So we'll have Dr. Murungweni and we end it here.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chair, for giving me this opportunity. My name is Florence Murungweni. You can hear?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Okay. My question, I have a question plus maybe a comment at the end, is with regards the first presenter in this afternoon session. I understand he presented 2 presentations, which was good, but one of them, he mentioned issues of support that they get as WRC to have test centers that they send the water samples to. My question now is, how many or how much of these test centers do we have in the Limpopo province? Because we face challenges here, even at the institute, where samples are sent outside of the Limpopo. This again, I'm bringing it as a challenge to say, as universities, sitting here, 2 universities, what are we thinking of having a huge laboratory so that these resources that we are ending up sending elsewhere, we revolve them within the province? Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you. The last question will come from Ms. Kutama.
Thank you so much, Chair. My name is Tipele Kutama. I am the farm manager here at the University of Venda. I want to ask a question to, I think it was the first presenter of this session. Okay. He was talking about the water licensing and the new arrangement regarding it. And I just want to find out how will it affect the farmers? Because currently the farmers are struggling to get the water license.
Thank you very much. I think we have our 3 questions. The first one was more of a comment and a suggestion. I think either Prof. Mpandeli or Dr. Pecha, one of the 2 can make a comment on that one.
Thank you very much for the comment, Deputy Chair. It has been a big challenge, and hence why since around 2017 we built a community of practice where we bring all the institutions together. So we work together. You might have observed that in the past 8 years or so, also there's never been a competition between these climatologists from different institutions. We have built a unity wherein a consensus was reached that the information that we sent out to the people would have had a consensus from a minimum of at least 6 different models. So it's a process we are still building up, but we are building the necessary confidence. So thank you very much for that. And what we have found out again was that you are right, for this portion, part of the country, the projections shows a dry future. But we have cut-off laws which were not the norm this side. And with climate change, we had to have a project with the University of Pretoria and ARC and Weather Service to characterize prevalence of such future. And those are the mechanisms which are behind the floods that are experienced in Durban, in KZN, and Eastern Cape. So we have them becoming irregular. We had them in a one season which was declared a dry season here in Limpopo. The floods killed people in Hoedspruit because of such systems. So we did look at the cut-off laws and also continental tropical laws, so that then
We don't sit and relax and have confidence in a focus which will surprise us. Thank you.
Okay, let me maybe respond to Dr. Harrison's question or comments regarding the climate data. And now I'm wearing the South African Weather Service hat as a deputy chairperson of the board. Here's the story. We know that World Meteorological Organization has developed a framework in order for various countries to be able to access climate data. We are having this discussion with the tripartite institutions, Department of Water and Sanitation, South African Weather Service, and Agriculture Research Council. I know that, I mean, it's a big issue considering the fact, the argument is that all these three institutions are public funded. Why should we pay data as taxpayers? The reality is that there are pros and cons. Number one, the data that, I mean, institutions want to access, or individuals or even students want to, there must be what we call data quality control. Somebody needs to check it and verify and do proper due diligence. But there's a proposal that maybe we should engage other government institutions that can compensate whoever is requesting data from South African Weather Service. Because the reality is that if you go to Europe or US, data is for free, whether you are a consultant or whatsoever. But here, we have developed a model that is hindering sectors to be able to access data at any time. It's an ongoing discussion, and I do believe that before the end of this financial year, we'll find a common ground. It has been there even before I joined Water Research Commission. It's a very, very contagious issue, and we need to address as a country. I know that, I mean, people are not patient. They've been asking me questions, but you also chair the Research and Development Committee at South African Weather Service. It's a fact. We needed that data for free, considering the intensity and the frequency of natural disasters that we are facing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, colleagues, for responding to those questions. We were actually still hovering around the first question. So the next two questions were directed to Mr. Bagwan. He's not here. I don't know if there's anyone from WRC who can actually talk about the support, the test centers. How many do we have in the Limpopo province, and are there any plans to get these test stations, especially at the two institutions, University of Venda and University of Limpopo? So I don't know if members from WRC have maybe a comment about that one, or we can test centers. Yes, yes. Here's the mic.
Thank you, Prof, for the question. I think the purpose of this session is particularly to make sure that out of these roadshows, we say how do we institutionalize or maybe enhance the existing capabilities within universities, whether it be at Venda or at Limpopo. Remember, we also have Lepelle and Northern Water, where they also have some capabilities in terms of labs for testing. So the idea is indeed to leave here with a more informed picture as to how we can support structurally institutions like yourself, Univen and Limpopo. That's the whole idea. But thank you so much for that input. I'll also have a discussion with the CEO on that. Thank you, Prof.
Okay, yeah. She also want to make a contribution.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, we had a meeting with the Northern Water CEO, I think last week in the WRC, and he mentioned that as much as they are able to do some of the tests, people here still prefer to go in other provinces. So the partnership between Lepelle, WRC, and the two universities, we're going to try to also work on that. Remember, we mentioned, or both CEOs mentioned, that we are trying to make University of Limpopo and University of Venda some of our centers. We are looking at rural water, one doing rural water and the other one doing rural sanitation. They will work together Prof, and tell us how they're going to figure it out. But we, the WRC and Lepelle Northern Water, are willing to support them. But I remember very well, Lepelle Water did mention that as much as they have, not all, people are still not using them. So it's also from us in the province to ensure that we support one of ours. When they have specific service they can give, don't go to Gauteng and leaving them here. Because if we continue doing that, then it won't work anyway. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think that is appreciated, much appreciated. We are willing to collaborate and make sure that that is realized. The last question came from Ms. Kutama. She was talking about the license, water license, right? And how does it affect the farmers? Yes. Water license and farmers, yes. Yeah.
Thank you for that question. And I mean, I don't think it's any comfort to those farmers you're talking about, but it's their experience is actually the norm rather than the exception. So what we've got is a system of licensing that we've adopted where people who are mainly smaller users fall through the cracks. The step up for them to be able to apply the money that's needed and all of the requirements is just too high. So many of them actually end up using water illegally, technically. So, I mean, it's something that the department is very aware of. I mean, there's been so much research that's been done, you know, and we've proposed some novel mechanisms like general authorizations and collective water use licenses in areas of communal tenure. I'm not sure if these are freehold farmers or farmers on communal land that you're talking about. You know, there's still ideas at the moment, but what we do know is that there's a huge priority in the regional offices and head office of DWS to actually support these small-scale farmers, if that's what you're talking about. So what they do, for example, is they waive some of the technical study requirements, because often those can cost you tens of thousands of rand. They also do things like they waive the application fees. They help them to capture the application on the eWoolers system, which is the online system. So I think there's probably a discussion to be had between the farmers or their representatives. I don't know if they're members of water user associations or irrigation boards, or if they're just kind of doing this on their own. But to engage with the department, because I know, you know, for the department politically, it's not very palatable when you see that water is still in the hands of the people who had it before, and those who are trying to get access now are not getting the licenses. So there is a willingness to assist, but yeah, I mean, I think that the system does need to change first, but it's a slow process.
Thank you so much. Is that providing flesh to the skeleton onto the current discussions? Okay, I think let's give him the mic.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just wanted to add on what John has just indicated from the departmental side. We used to have a policy on RPF, which was for resource poor farmers. Currently now we are reviewing the policy, and the policy was aiming at supporting the small scale farmers. As I'm indicating now that the policy is under review, that support, it's not happening now until the policy is being finalized. But what I can say is that in terms of the applications, the HDIs or the small scale farmers can apply to the department. And currently now we have a team of environmental officers that are supporting the HDIs in terms of applications, because the process, it's more tedious and it also requires some knowledge in terms of electronic stuff since we use the eWooler. So we have a team that is waiting to assist the HDIs in terms of applying. And again, we also have the outreach programs, wherein those officials, they go around with a specialized team and do the outreach to all those farmers that are of small scale, so HDIs. The challenges that we are having as the department is that mostly the HDIs, when they apply when they need funding. And I think that is also creating a challenge for them to get license, because they want a license the day of the application, because they are focusing at receiving grants or funding for their activities. And as a department, we have regulated timelines in terms of dealing with the licenses, which is 90 days, and we finalize licenses within those 90 days. And currently, I would like also to indicate that within the department now, in our provincial office, we don't have any backlog licenses for HDIs, meaning that there's not much application that we are receiving from HDIs. Yeah, Chair, let me just end here. Thanks.
Thank you so much. I think that also adds to the question that you were asking, and she's nodding to indicate that she has been answered. Now we have reached the end. I just want to quickly thank everyone. Let us give ourselves a round of applause. From the beginning in the morning up until now, I want to thank the Water Research Commission through Dr. Molantwa, who is the CEO. Thank you so much for coming here. Let me also thank Lepelle Northern Water, Dr. Ruchas, also the University of Venda, Prof. Francis, Prof. Potketer. Let me also thank the University of Limpopo as well, that was represented today by Ms. Nusa. I will not forget the provincial government. We have seen Mr. Neramondo coming here, and I just forgot the name, but he also came here to represent the provincial head, Ms. Kobe. And thank you so much. It has been wonderful discussions, fruitful discussions, and somebody mentioned that we are very good in terms of drafting policy documents. Very shining documents, but we must also improve in terms of implementation, so that everything that we discuss and put it in black and white, it must also be realized. So for that, I think we are going to make sure all the role players, important role players, are here to even make sure that the things that we discussed today, they are realized. Today is not the end of these discussions. We're going to continue tomorrow, day 2. And if you look on the program, you will see that the program is very rich with information that we are going to learn again even tomorrow. So with this, I just want to say thank you so much. Enjoy your day further. There's still going to be enough time for us to interact with the presenters from session 1 all the way to session 3, right outside during the tea break and for networking purposes. Those that had questions that could not be answered, all the speakers are going to be outside there. Before we get everyone to go out, I just want to send the message that has been given to me to say all the presenters and the facilitators. Oh, I didn't thank the facilitators. From the first session, Dr. Pinar, thank you so much. Let me also thank, yeah, it's very important. This was not going to be possible without the facilitators. The second session, Dr. Matlo, thank you so much. And of course, the third session, the facilitator also. We thank him. So thank you so much. All the facilitators and the presenters, we just want to ask you to remain behind, and there's going to be a photo shoot. And the rest of the audience, thank you so much. We can actually enjoy tea outside.